Hey guys, welcome in. How are you guys doing this evening? So tonight I'm playing a second route on Frost and Flowers, which we already know who this guy is in theory from my first route. But it said there was a third hidden route, so I don't know if that meant I just did it the first time on accident, or if you actually get a route with this guy. Oh, hey, why are you angry? Joel, why are you angry? You look angry. You're not angry? Oh, did you just use an emote? You weren't sure what it looked like? That's okay. Let's see. Like in the beginning, you get to choose between the two they show pictures of. But then I didn't actually get the one we saw. I got someone else who was technically the guy we saw, but not. Hey, did you hear about the execution tomorrow? Yes, one of Zithanian's own knights. They've kept the whole thing hush hush, though. I'm doing well. How are you? I've heard rumors that it has something to do with the Chrismalia project. Shh. We're outside. Oh, right. How are you doing, though, Joel? But poor girl. I heard she's a freshly recruited knight, too. What could she have done to deserve this? The death sentence speaks for itself. Whatever she did, it put the whole kingdom at risk. You're good, too? That's good to hear. It's just a shame that she has to die so young. Don't worry about it, dear. She must have deserved the punishment. Our kingdom knows what's best for us. Hmm. The execution. Could they be talking about that girl? Yes, Ness. I know I've been involved enough. But that girl. Oh dear. The man sighed, rubbing his temples. I just helped her escape from a dangerous situation, and now she's getting herself into another mess. His magenta eyes darted to the city hall, which was going to be an execution scene within a few hours. Oh, hey, goated one, welcome in. Is that Jeff? Is that Jeff? It's Jeff Bongo? So cute. I'm doing pretty good. How are you and your family? Should I just detach myself like what I've always done? But The man gazed at his bony hands, looking as though he had missed a familiar feeling associated with them whenever he clasped his hands. You're good? Oh, bonk. You bonked me? Tears, you gotta wake up at 3 a.m. Oh, tears. You didn't. That's tears like different layers of something. I think you mean those types of tears. Perhaps there's still something I can do. He turned away, resolve in his eyes, and disappeared within the alley's shadows. You gotta wake up early too. Yeah, Mondays do be like that. Behind the still bars of Zethania's dark and cold prison, a young woman with charred clothes and bruised skin was pacing to and fro within her cell, angry footsteps echoing through the prison. Oh, tired. But you said tear. Oh, I see what you mean. Autocorrect is being a pain in the butt. Oops. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I saw what I saw. A war is brewing. If they couldn't use me, they will use someone else. I need to find a way out of here and tell the world about their plans. But gonna execute me instead. What for? For telling the truth? I don't have much time. I need to find a way. I can't die here. She grabbed the steel bars and, in a fit of rage, tried to pry them open with her bare hands. Ah! But of course, no matter how much strength she used, the steel bars did not budge. Her shouts, however, were enough to alert the guards and attract them to her cell. It's that crazy woman again. Just ignore her. She's gone mad. Besides, if it's not like she's a magic user. Oh, gotta get early to the job site and mix the concrete and deliver the plywood. And yes, alone. You have to do that all by yourself. Oh, hopefully you can get some sleep. You wouldn't be able to bend these bars even if she used her life's worth of willpower. They let out a set of jeering laughs. I don't know what she told the commander, but it must have been something extremely blasphemous for her to end up with capital punishment. What's her name again? She's that crazy ex-knight from the scouting division, right? Yeah. Altia Revendier. Huh? At the mention of her name, a young man stopped in his tracks on his way to the prison's exit. Altia? The stranger briefly glanced at the cell the young woman was in. He spotted a familiar face, one that he could never forget. But just as he was about to approach her, a guard called out to him. Hey you, your visiting time is over. The exit's this way. Right? Excuse me. As the man left, Alto noticed a small feather dangling on his right ear. That feather. Could it be? No, that's impossible. He would never be here. Hi guys, I'm a gemstone chibi girl. Alto sighed, letting her back slump against the stone wall. You know that you're out of it when you start hallucinating. But who wouldn't if today was the last day you had in Gaia? I haven't even found her yet. It's raining, guys. The Thanian's Kingdom City Hall was surrounded by armor-clad knights that gray morning, and all preparations for the young woman's execution had been ready since dawn. Alto had been kneeling on the ground since then, too, and all the pain she initially felt had been numbed by the piercing cold. Despite the heavy storm, citizens had blocked around the city hall, ready to capture the monumental moment of the knights killing off one of their own. What a pitiful girl. She's so young. That traitor deserves it. Alto could hear each and every one of them talking, all their gossip, their curses, their sympathies. But now the rain had drowned out their voices. The only thing she could hear, she could thank the rain for. After the crowd had settled, the knight's commander, a man who Alto once put her faith in, stepped up on the podium to signal her death. The execution of Altia Revendier shall now commence. The executioner busied himself by polishing his axe, ensuring he would end the girl's life in a single slash. Alto closed her eyes. I guess this is the end. Huh. If I knew this was how it would turn out, maybe I should have just stayed back home and become a regular craftswoman. But I still haven't found you yet. I don't get it. What did I do wrong? I did what I could for the knights. For you. And this is how I'm rewarded? Gods, if you're really governing Gaia, as written in the myths, then why are you letting this happen to me? The commander glared at her now with frigid, relentless eyes. Any last words, traitor? It's hard to believe that those words came from the same mouth that gave her words of encouragement when she was but a squire. The girl's cracked lips parted, but she was unable to form any words. All she could do was stare at the executioner's merciless eyes and hope she would at least die a quick and painless death. I'm sorry, Elise. She closed her eyes, knowing that she had done her best and that it would all be over soon. Intruder! Intruder! A sudden bam and a flurry of explosions blasted in the city wall. Citizens gasped and screamed as debris showered them from overhead. Alto opened her eyes just in time to see a hooded figure throwing a vial against the ground. It exploded and let out plumes of gray smoke, obscuring the entire city hall along with any light source in the vicinity. Panic-stricken shouts and confused screams ensued in the sight. But before Alto had a chance to react, she felt the ropes binding her wrists loosened. A figure emerged from the mists, extending their hand toward her. Quick, let's get out of here. Alto looked up, and the first feature she saw was her savior was a feather dangling on his ear. As if by instinct, Alto took his hand, and she was pulled back to her feet. You idiot. How the hell did you get yourself into this mess? That voice. It can't be. The wind blew the man's hood backwards as they ran, revealing an all too familiar face. Soul? Alto's heart skipped a beat. She thought she was dreaming, but those amber eyes, raven hair, even the feather earring given to him by... There's no mistake about it. It's really him. But why is he here? I haven't seen him for years. Less staring and more running. They're going to catch us if you don't move those legs of yours. Alto managed a nod. The appearance of her best friend suddenly gave Alto the strength she needed. She found herself running faster despite the storm and the numbness in her legs. Where did they go? I don't know. Did we lose them? Damn it. We can't let her get away. Chapter 1, An Unexpected Reunion. Soul finally slowed and Alto dropped to her knees. The panic and frenzy of the escape dulled her, but the pause gave her body a chance to readjust and feel again. Though the rain had stopped during the rescue, Alto's damp clothes still clung to her body. The cool breeze chilled her skin and she shivered. Who died? Soul? Soul didn't die. Soul is alive. We saw him in the jail cell. Hoping to catch her breath, she rubbed her arms to warm them and looked around. They were surrounded by greenery and stone. Tall trees populated the area. Were they out of the city? Around her, plants were coated with the remnants of previous rain, and the ground underneath her squished, almost sinking under her weight. Feeling her heart finally calm, she got up, ignoring the wet mud that accumulated on her clothing. Ripples of blue caught her eyes, and Soul stood at the edge of some rocks in front of her. As she walked closer, she heard the sound of flowing water. Her eyes widened as she exited the forest, surprised by the sight of a pool and a small waterfall. Soul handed Alto his canteen. Here, drink and take some time to collect yourself. You must be hungry. I'll catch some fish. But before he could leave, Alto tugged the hem of his coat. Wait. All this time, where have you been? You thought he was killed in a previous stream. Maybe it was someone else. I think it was someone else. Also, this is the very beginning of a new route. So even if he did die in the previous route, this is a completely different route now. And what have you been doing? It's been 2 years. Your parents are worried sick, and so am I. Alto. Soul tried to pull away from Alto's grip, but she would not budge. Tell me the truth. Soul, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? Did you forget about the promise we'd made to find Elise together? Soul let out a sigh. Alto, you know that there's no way I'll forget that promise. Elise means so much to the both of us. Then why? Why did you leave? Soul gently took Alto's hand in his, unrolling her fingers until she is no longer gripping his coat. Fine, I'll tell you. He sat on the boulder beside Alto. Have you heard of the Desert Falcons? The famous hidden guild from Al Sharan, right? That's right. 2 years ago, when I was running errands for my father in Zathania, I got a man out of a sticky situation. That man turned out to be one of the Desert Falcons. He invited me to join them. I heard that Gaia's best informants work for them, and they seem to be recruiting bounty hunters. Perhaps finding Elise would be a breeze for them, so I decided to join. Alto let his words sink in. Soul had not forgotten about their promise. He was just doing his own way. So, it was all for Elise? It has always been for her. Thank you for the butterfly wings, Dr. Strangehair, and welcome in. So thought. But she felt her heart sink in disappointment when Saul said it like that. Everything has always been for Elise, you say. I guess that's true. But thank you for the lurk. But what about me? I became a knight just to find her too. I know. I've sacrificed my dreams just to find her. I know that too. I almost lost my life for her sake, you know. Alto. Did you know that having you by my side would have made that sacrifice a little bit less painful? Why, how could you leave? You should have become a knight with me. Then at least I wouldn't have had to suffer myself for the past 2 years. Soul suddenly stood up. You think I wasn't alone either. You think I enjoyed this bounty hunting life, having to harm others for a living? He opened his mouth to speak more, but closed it when he saw Alto's teary eyes. He sighed and sat down. We're too different, Alto. There's more than one way to achieve the same end, and I'm sure you know how different our approaches are. You stick to tried and true, but I long for freedom. You prefer method, but I like the madness. You became a knight and I became a bounty hunter. Oh, hi Hecla, welcome in. Yeah, I know you like to call me a goober. But I'm not a goober. You're a goober. It doesn't matter which road we take. What matters is that our destination stays the same. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm pretty sure I'm not a goober. Thanks for the hydrate, though. That is to find Elise. Isn't that right? Alto was silent for a while, and just when Sol thought she was about to cry, the girl started to chuckle, which then erupted into a fit of laughter. I'm not a goober. What? What's so funny? I see your inner poet is still in there. It's hilarious to know that your bounty hunting days haven't watered down the hilariously dramatic side of you. You stick to the tried and true, but I long for freedom. You prefer method, but I like the madness. Oh. Sol's face instantly boiled into a deep red. Stop that. And what was that last part again? Alto cleared her throat in preparation to emulate Sol's speech. It doesn't matter which road we take. What matters is that our destination stays the same. Stop that. Oh, thank you for the lyric, Hecla. Sol tried to hide his embarrassment by covering his face with his scarf, but it was unable to hide the red tint in his cheeks. Alto, on the other hand, could not help but laugh. You, after all these years, you're still... I bet you still keep a poetry book full of your suppressed teenage angst. Sol's face reddened even further. I do not. Your reaction says you do. I do not. Are you sure bounty hunting is the right job for you? Perhaps being a bard would suit you better. Being a bard would not help us find Elise. Oh, so you did consider it. What? No. Alto continued to tease Sol, knowing exactly what to say to deflate his ego and make him all the more embarrassed. Ow. my stomach hurts from laughing too much. It's as if we've returned to the good old days. I think Elise and I are the only ones who have the pleasure to see the usually stoic Sol in his flustered state. Oh, Elise, if only you were here. Then I wouldn't feel so guilty laughing without you. Geez, were the two of you fighting again? She started it. You challenged me. Yes, to a friendly spar. I didn't expect you to start hitting me with that bamboo weapon you created. Elise raised an eyebrow. How could a bamboo stick hurt you this badly? This cheater sharpened the tip and added spikes to it.
She turned the stick into a friggin' club. It's still made of bamboo, so I technically did not cheat. In fact, it just shows that you are no match for my Mega Bamboozler version 3.0, equipped with a cacti spikes and explosion cannons that are still, a work in progress. Well, I just had a wooden sword to defend myself with. Hey, I'm not born into a family of royal knights, so I don't have proper sword training. The least you could do is give me some handicap. Besides, what kind of gentleman are you to hit a lady with no restraint like that? You're not a lady, you're just some dumbass gorilla. What did you say? I said you're not a lady, you're just a dumb ass Gorilla gorilla. Seems like you're itching for another fight, huh? Well, it's round 2 then.
Elise bonked their heads before they could engage in another fight.
Ow. Police, what was that for? All right, stop it, you two. No more fighting for today. Then we'll settle this tomorrow, pea-brain. That's my line, you ugly monkey.
Elise sighed, rubbing her temples, but she couldn't quite hide her smile. Anyone would think that she was fed up by the two's constant fights that occurred almost daily, but in truth, she never once grew tired of their banters and instead found them amusing.
Come here, you two. Let me heal you.
The two immediately stopped their heated exchange to turn to Elise, sitting on the floor obediently. After all, if anyone could control the two of them, it was Elise. Elise's hands hovered over their wounds, warm glows emanating from her palms. The two were quiet, soaking all the possible comforting heat from Elise's signature healing spell. That power was her talent, her innate gift, the pride of the entire village. Alto felt her eyelids grow heavier and heavier the longer she stayed in the vicinity of Elise's magic.
I love it when Elise casts her spell. It makes me feel so warm inside. This feels like heaven.
Alto felt something soft landing on her shoulder. Sol had apparently fallen asleep and was now leaning on her shoulder, his silky dark hair tickling her neck.
Ugh, stupid Sol. I normally would have shoved him away, but I'm also feeling sleepy.
Alto closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber, the fatigue finally hitting her like a ton of bricks. It's nighttime already? I don't want to wake up. Let me return to that dream. In this pillow, so snug. Also stirred a bit and proceeded to close her eyes again. Get up, Alto. You're drooling on my trousers. All of Alto's drowsiness instantly washed away upon hearing Sol's voice above her. She immediately stood up and realized she had been sleeping on Sol's lap the entire time. Oh no! How embarrassing. She also noticed a visible pool of saliva on the fabric of his trousers. Oh. She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. So, have a nice sleep. How would you rate your cushion? A 4 out of 5? I would have rated it higher if you didn't wake me from my sleep. Sol looked like he was about to throw some daggers at Alto's face. You better be grateful I even let you sleep on me, swine. Do you know just how long you slept for? I can barely feel my legs now. Sorry. How did I even fall asleep anyway? You suddenly decided to shut off that tiny brain of yours after we ate. I don't know. How is it humanly possible for someone to sleep in the middle of a conversation? Dude, she's probably just exhausted. Some slack. I haven't slept for days, alright? Which is why I didn't wake you up, dumbass. Eh? What did you say? I said I should have woken you up before you drooled on me, dumbass. Really sorry about that. I thought I hadn't drooled in my sleep since I was a kid. Sol heaved a sigh, but Alto thought that she saw the faintest of a smile for a short moment. Or perhaps it was just her imagination. Though he blushy. Anyway, Sol, what were we talking about earlier? The execution. What exactly did you do to receive capital punishment? Well, it's a long story. Yes, those were the exact same words you said before you dozed off. Alto opened her mouth to protest, but was instantly cut off by Sol. Go on, tell me what happened. We have all the time in the world. Alto wasn't too sure if he was being serious or sarcastic, but knowing Sol, it was probably the latter. You know about the Chrismalia project, right? The magic movement trending now? Mm-hmm. The organizer's ultimate goal is to make magic accessible to everyone, even to non-magic users. So, what about it? I was tasked to deliver a parcel to the Chrismali's project headquarters in Chalia. The commander said that the parcel bore some good tidings. I thought they were finally going to reconcile with the Chrismalia's project's leaders. But gosh, I was an idiot. Alto looked down at her hands. Even now, her hands couldn't help but tremble whenever she recalled the incident. The parcel contained explosives. They were made to set off it once it was opened. I delivered it to the researchers. There. They opened it and... What happened next? Well, I suppose you can guess what the rest is. You were used as a scapegoat. They sent you off to your death, knowing that you'd die either by explosive or by the project's hands. Then they'd use you as a legitimate reason to start a war on the Chrismalia project. Alto did not say anything. She didn't need to. The despondent look in her eyes said enough as she stared into the crackling fire. I should have known better. The Zathanian authorities are very antagonistic towards the project's vision. Making magic accessible to everyone will only destroy the power balance that has been upheld in Zathania for a very long time. I was a fool to think that their rivalry would end so quickly. I should have been more careful. Half of the project's headquarters were destroyed because of the explosives. All the research that could have made Gaia a happier world disappeared in that very instant. All because of me. But you survived. How? Alto shrugged. She had to admit her memory from the day was still muddled. She only remembered walking into Chalia's outskirts and witnessing the explosion's aftermath. I just got lucky, I suppose. Sol hummed thoughtfully, pondering over the situation for a while. Are you sure it was just luck? You wouldn't have survived any explosion if you had faced it head on. Perhaps someone helped you. Someone else helped me? But how? Who knows? Anyway, it seems like the Chrismalia project lies as an obstacle on both of our paths. And I don't know if this is the right time to tell you this, but Sol picked up a flat stone and skimmed it across the lake. It bounced on the water's surface several times before sinking. I might have found a clue to Elise's whereabouts. A clue to Elise's whereabouts? No. Where would that be?
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
I've done some digging around, and I've heard that the Chrismalia Project's house is a very skilled healer. A female healer with lilac hair. Police might be involved in the Chrismalia Project? Alto covered her mouth, trying but failing to hide her obvious horror. The explosion? Sol shook his head. I am sure she's all right. Elise is strong. She wouldn't die that easily. If you say so. Alto gave it a thought, and Sol was right. Although Elise had always seemed like the mediator among the trio, there were times when Alto felt that Elise might just be physically stronger than them, especially with the masterful reign she had on her magic capabilities. She recalled the time when a wild beast had wreaked havoc on her family's farm. That was probably the first time Alto had seen her mad, and also the first time she saw a wild beast turn into a roasted meat that quickly. Looking back at all of Elise's feats, Alto realized that perhaps her hidden strength was one of the reasons why she and Sol had behaved so obediently in her presence. She was a strong woman indeed, but Alto knew there were stronger magic users involved in the Chrismalia project. But that really begs the question, did she join the project on her own accord, or was she forced into it? I highly doubt she's involved voluntarily. She must have been abducted by them and forced to work as a healer.
But the Chrismalia project? They would never.
There are always darker shadows behind the brightest lights. As much as people idealize the movement, there are many controversies regarding the Chrismalia project. Alto nodded slowly. He had always been supportive of the Chrismalia project, especially for a non-magic user like her. To be able to use magic freely, it felt like a dream. Regardless, finding Elise is top priority. We can't barge into the Chrismalia project headquarters just like that. Do you have any plans? Sol fished out a folded paper from his bag and handed it to Alto. The Chrismalia project is looking for someone. They didn't give the specific details, but they want him back. Or at least his soul.
His soul?
Don't mind the specifics. This guy is the key to finding Elise. Once we capture him, we can at least get access inside the project's headquarters. Alto unfolded the paper. It contained a drawing of a pale, thin man with yellow hair and pink eyes. It was just a rough sketch, but Alto felt like she had seen him somewhere before.
Is he a magic user?
I don't know, but what I do know is in order to capture him, we need a special gadget. A gadget only sold in Al Sharan Port City. Alto leapt to her feet, suddenly feeling motivation kick in.
All right, let's get there. Chop chop! The sooner we get this gadget and capture this man, the sooner we can find Elise.
That's more like it. Oh. Oh, oops. Where do I go? Yes. Come in. Okay. Return. Piero, how many lives did the explosion take? There were 27 of us who did not make it, my lord. More than 50 of us are heavily injured.
The healer, what is she doing?
She's working hard to treat all of them, my lord, but there's only so much one person can do.
Damn it. Damn that accursed Zathanian kingdom, sending us an explosion without any warning.
Sir, this is just a suggestion, but why can't we just go on the offensive? With your magic and the Chrismalia, we could.
That is out of the question. The Chrismalia is not ready yet. We need to harvest the power of the blood moon.
But we don't know when the next blood moon will come.
I can wait. Even if it takes 1,000 years, I will see this project to the very end.
The hooded man placed his hand on Piero's shoulder.
But now that Subject 13 has escaped, I will need to rely on you, Piero. Only you can properly wield the final product. You're the only worthy weapon I have left.
Yes, my lord. Alsharon City. We're here, the port city of Alsharon. Keep your eyes peeled, Alto. I received intel that the man we're looking for has also been sighted around here. I need to visit a place and retrieve the equipment. You can't come along with me, unfortunately.
A secret hideout, eh?
Something like that.
Don't worry about me. I'll go for a little sightseeing.
Don't stray off too far, all right? And don't go picking fights with strangers.
Hey, who do you think I am?
You're the biggest barbarian in our village, after all. I wouldn't be surprised if I returned to see you become the culprit in a murder scene.
Is that really how you view me?
Duh, always has been.
Meaning?
But seriously, be careful. You're a wanted woman, Alto. I don't see wanted posters of you being put up in Alsharon, but still need to be careful. If someone recognizes you, then it's game over for us. Alto grinned, elbowing Sol playfully. I guess that makes both of us criminals, eh? We're partners in crime? Sol sighed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever you say.
Anyway, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
She flexed her arm for good measure. Sol did not look convinced, but nodded anyway. I'll get going then. Let's meet up here in 2 hours.
Gotcha. Now 2 hours to kill. What should I do? Let's go to the market.
Alto followed her ears to the bustling market where merchants were hawking their wares and customers were haggling.
Wow. There are so many stalls here. But I best avoid crowded places for now.
Oh, a merchant with a strange mask, or a suspicious man wearing a black cloak. Let's talk to the merchant with the strange mask.
I wonder what that merchant sells. Oh, is that a cat mask he's wearing? It's really cute.
Alto approached the merchant with the mask, intrigued by the strange clothes he wore. Oh, how cute. It looks like a yokai mask. Hey there, looking to buy something.
Hiya, what are you selling today?
Feel free to take a look at these treasures I've collected throughout my travels. Each item you see here has a story behind it.
Oh,
That sounds so cool.
do you travel a lot?
That's right, I'm a traveling merchant, and I collect odds and ends along my journey. Kesher's the name, by the way. Feel free to take a look at my collection. His design's pretty cool, actually. Alto did as she was told and scanned the items from Kesher's stall. There were rainbow-hued jewels, earrings with strange symbols, and even pebbles that did not look like they were worth very much. Noticing that Alto did not seem to like any of his collection, Kesher couldn't help but frown. Nothing tickles your fancy, huh? What about this pin right here? It's a new addition to my collection. Kesher produced a silver-colored fountain pen, its body etched with quill-like patterns. Ooh, that fountain pen looks pretty. Its aesthetics somewhat remind me of Soul. Should I buy it for him? Sure, let's buy it. Do we have money?
If he's still writing angsty poetry, he might need it.
How much is it? It would normally cost 3,000 oats.
3,000 oats? That's too...
But for you, my friend, 2,000 oats.
Make that 1,000.
1,700. 1,300. 1,600.
1,500.
Deal. You can pay through me because I am the Kesher.
Kesher. Cashier. I get it. Alto made the payment and had the pin wrapped with a silk cloth. He made a pun, guys. That was hilarious. I'm sure Soul would like this. Kesher did a little curtsy as he pushed his mask over to the side.
It was nice doing business with you, customer. Have a great day. Oh, wait, it says bargained with Kesher and bought a Soul a gift. Okay, I got an achievement. Well, let's go talk to the suspicious man in a black cloak. Why not? This could be a really bad idea. Yeah, maybe I should have saved first.
Alto approached the suspicious stranger wearing a black cloak. Hello?
What are you doing?
Greeting you? I never saw this guy before. Now that I think of it, what am I doing talking to a complete stranger after Soul told me to steer clear of trouble? The man chuckled, his voice surprisingly deep, as if it echoed directly in Alto's head.
Has the little lamb lost her way? Or are you looking for some fun?
Yep, this guy's shady.
Alto readied to sprint, but the man caught her arm before she had a chance to run.
Let go of me!
The stranger did as he was told, releasing his grip on Alto's arm. Relax, relax. I was just messing with you.
You're a stranger. Don't mess with people like that, sir. Stranger danger.
I'm Isaiah, and I'm definitely not a bad person.
That's what all bad people say.
I'm getting a bit bored, so why don't you accompany me for some time?
No.
What a difficult lady to please. Fine, then what if I let you ask any question you have?
What makes you think you can answer the question I have? He laughed once more.
Oh dear, you mortals really are clueless, aren't you?
Wait, are you saying you're not a human?
Looking at the strange man's face, Alto realized that he had a pair of red eyes. Alto couldn't put her finger on what it was, but something about him felt off. Almost otherworldly. I can give you any answer you want, Altia, including the location of the person you seek.
What the hell, guys? How does he know that? Okay, this guy has danger written all over his face. How did he even know my name? But if he really knows where Elise is, or where our target is, what should I do?
Let's save. we gonna say, oh. Alrighty, guys. Stranger danger, here we come. I'm gonna accompany him. Alto stood beside the man, making sure there was at least a 2-meter distance between them. Isaiah, on the other hand, looked pleasantly amused. Oh, so you've decided to accompany me, then? I'm touched. So, just to confirm, I can ask you any question, right? A god never goes back on his promises. Alto blinked. A god? This guy must be nuts. So, what are you doing? Human watching. You mean people watching? Miss Altia, what do you think about the imbalance of flux in Gaia? Flux? Or in layman's terms, magic. Some humans can control magic and others can't. Through my eyes, I can see the flux inside each and every one of these humans walking past us. Can you? Like, not call them that way? It sounds kind of weird. The strange man ignored her. Believe it or not, each human's flux has their own colors, and each and every one of them is different. Some powerful flux wielders can even materialize their own colors. But tell me, Altia, do you know which color is strongest? Black? Isaiah shook his head. Red. The strongest and rarest flux are usually colored red. The redder they are, the stronger. Small warning. You ever see someone with flux as red as blood, you best be careful. But why? Why red? Isaiah gave Alto a sly smile. I think I'll leave the rest for you to figure out. The two stood there in silence, watching people go about their daily activities in the bustling port city of Alsharan. Can this man really see the color of magic? I kind of envy him. I'd love to see them too. Say, Isaiah, why don't I possess magical capabilities? Is that the question you want to ask? No, no. Never mind. Relax, Altia. I'm sure you know possessing the ability to control flux isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Some people would even trade their powers just to live a normal life as a non-magic user. With great power comes great responsibility and great burdens to shoulder as well. Alto thought about Elise, who was presumed to be kidnapped because of her healing powers. Besides, this world was originally built without any help with magic. Huh? Isaiah chuckled once again, his eyes glinting mischievously. Never mind, I've said too much. Anyway, it's time for me to leave. So what was your question, Altia? Though I can already guess what it is without you telling me, but for formality's sake, ask away. Where is Elise? Isaiah let out a wide smile. All right, since you asked your question, I'll be going. What? Wait! What? Where's my answer? I only said I'd let you ask a question. I never said I'd answer it. No way, you meanie. Ha ha ha. I jest. I do know where your friend is, but all I can say right now is you're on the right track. With regards on the healer's location, you should trust your lover more instead of asking me. Besides, what would he think if he sees you spending time with another man?
Lover?
Oh, you two haven't reached that stage yet. My bad.
What do you mean yet, sir?
It was clear that the suspicious know-it-all was enjoying this a little too much. Anyway, I should get going. I hope to see you in the Memoria, Altia Rivendir. If you survive this predicament, that is. Memoria. Before Alto could form a reply, the mysterious man had vanished and was nowhere to be seen. What was that? And who was that man? I mean, obviously that was Isaiah. And it says sus, met the definitely not suspicious Isaiah. Yeah, that was a thing. I got an achievement for meeting the definitely not suspicious man. Oh, I think I'm done here. I guess I could go to the library. We did that last time. Let's just go wait for Soul. Alta decided to spend the remaining time she had staying put in the meeting spot Soul had specified, just in case he ended his business early. After some time, she spotted Soul emerge from an alley. Soul, over here! I got the gadget we need to capture the man. Why do you look so uneasy then? Well, I just didn't expect them to give me an empty vial. Look. Soul showed her the so-called gadget he retrieved, but no matter which angle Alto looked at it from, it was just an empty vial. Is this vial supposed to help us capture our target's soul? Are you sure you weren't tricked, Soul? Gadget was made from a credible item specialist, so I highly doubt that it's a scam. But even if it's bogus, I'm sure with our strengths combined, we can capture the target and drag him to the project's headquarters. It's been a while since I've heard Saul be so inclusive. He'd usually prefer to do things by himself. I suppose you have a point. Soul put the item away. Oh, thank you, Joel. A child who was playing with a toy and obviously not paying attention to his surroundings bumped into Soul and fell face flat on the... Ouch, that sounds painful. Hey, watch where you're going, kiddo. Soul reached his hand out to help him stand, but the boy started crying instead.
What?
Why are you crying? Stop that. You're still so bad at handling children, huh? Let me handle this. Alto bent down and lifted the boy up. Don't cry. Tell Big Sis what the problem is. The boy finally stopped bawling after Alto consoled him, and she put him down.
My magic toy, it's broken.
Alto gently took the toy from the boy's hands and examined it. Your magic toy? It looks perfectly unharmed to me.
But it won't work anymore.
They soon realized that the small part of the boy's toy, namely a tiny blue crystal, had been shattered. This crystal? You mean, it's just a decoration, right? The toy should be able to work without it.
No, it's supposed to shoot out flowers, but it's not working now.
A toy that shoots out flowers? That's the first time I've heard of such a thing. Hold on, Alto. This toy is... It's one of the Chrismalia Project's inventions. One of the project's inventions? I didn't know they made toys, too. You might not have seen their project before, since they are banned in Zathania, but the Chrismalia Project has signature blue crystals embedded in every invention they produce. So this broken blue crystal is the toy's power source? I guess you could say that. Is there a way to fix it then? Maybe we can't fix the shard, but if we supply some magic power into the toy, it might just work. Well, you're the only magic user between the two of us. Maybe you should give it a go? Hesitation was painted all over Soul's face, and Alto instantly regretted suggesting that. Oh. Alto, have you forgotten what happened in the past? I've sworn not to use magic ever since that happened. But that was years ago, Soul. I don't even remember what happened anymore. So I suppose whatever happened can't be that bad, right? It was so terrible that your mind chose to erase it. So, what did you say? Never mind. He says a lot of things under his breath, he mumbles. Soul felt a tug on his coat.
Big brother, can you fix it? Can you fix it, please?
The boy's eyes welled up on the verge of tears once again.
Shh.
Don't cry. But the boy did not heed Alto's request. Instead, he broke into sobs and wailed loudly. So loudly, in fact, that they attracted lots of passerbyers' attention. Oh boy, we're causing a scene. If this kid cries again, people are going to think we're bullying him. Where are his parents anyway? What should I do? I'm gonna try to calm down the kid. Shh, don't cry. I'm sure you can get your mom or dad to buy a new one. But the boy did not listen and ended up crying for real. Harder and noisier this time. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Crowds started to flock around them, men and women voicing complaints and concerns. You're getting a lot of unwanted attention. Soul sighed. He sounded so done. Well, that leaves us with one last option. Alto grinning, wearing the same mischievous smile Soul knew so well. Run. I couldn't do both voices at the same time. Alto grabbed Soul's hand, or perhaps it was the other way around, and ran as fast as they could out of the town square, leaving the child alone with his broken toy.
Wait, fix it!
Someone catch them! Chaos ensued in the streets of Al Sharan, but the two partners were already whizzing out of the city before anyone could lay their hands on them. That's so funny that they held hands. It was always like this, even in the old times, the two rebellious children with mischievous grins racing away from the commotion they caused, hand in hand. They always held hands? What? Oh, maybe that guy was onto something, saying they might be lovers. Or that they're going to be. Alto glanced back for a moment, thinking she saw someone familiar. What's wrong? I could have sworn there was someone. A flash of golden hair. Wait. Soul, isn't that? Soul stopped running, aligning his line of sight with Alto's. His eyes widened at the sight of a tall, pale man with a slender build. The stranger's head was covered with a veil, but Soul instantly knew who it was. That's him. That's our target. Dude. Oh, chapter 3, the target. I feel like this story, I feel like this playthrough's going a lot quicker, actually. It'd be funny if I accidentally got the third route the first time I played, because I don't know, we got the guy that was in the background. Ooh. The man in question seemed to be on edge, glancing back and forth rarely each time Alto or Soul made a move. It was as if he could detect their presence. Both Alto and Soul were privy to the man's alertness, of course, and managed to conceal themselves before he could spot them. The skills they'd honed over years of hide and seek and sneaking past their strict parents were valuable assets in this situation. He seems to be heading for the desert. That's bad. We won't have any coverage.
Quick! Move! He's leaving!
Let's stick behind the shrubs for now. He won't spot us there. Alto and Soul crouched behind a row of withered shrubs, quietly following their target, all while keeping a close eye on him.
Psst. Soul, where do you think he's going?
I don't know, but we just have to follow him. The fact that the project issued a bounty on his head may mean that he's a dangerous magic user. I'm unable to use magic, and Soul has never received proper training, so he may easily overpower us. We must be careful. Dun dun dun. After hours of pursuit, the two found themselves in a forest of withered trees. The sand beneath their feet was now coarse gravel, and the trees' long limbs made sunlight difficult to trespass. It was hard to believe they were anywhere in the Hyshira Desert anymore.
What is this place?
I hate to admit it, but I don't know. Soul had been part of the Desert Falcons for 2 years, but he had never seen such a forest in Hyshira Desert before. Soul, I don't like this. Is he luring us out here on purpose? Despite how dry the air was, sweat dripped from Soul's face. Is it a trap, or did he really not notice us? And what could he be doing all the way out here? The man suddenly slipped through a throng of trees, vanishing from their line of sight in a fraction of seconds. It's getting harder to follow him here. We need to get closer. Wait, Soul! But before Alto could protest, Soul had dashed to where the man was headed, leaving her no choice but to follow him. I have a bad feeling about this. Snap. Soul's feet tripped on an invisible wire. Shoot! Uh-oh. The wire wrapped around Soul's feet, giving him no chance to react as a large log swung towards him. Ow! It slammed into him, throwing him across the forest. Oh, that sounds painful. That sounds very painful, guys. Soul! Ow! Alto rushed to aid him, but a glass shattering mid-air interrupted her, causing the outbreak of white mist that obscured her sight. What is this fog? I can't see. Huh? Alto avoided the flying blade before it could graze her. I knew it. The target lured us into a trap. If only I could see clearly. Alto, behind you! Alto ducked immediately and rolled to her side, narrowly avoiding the same log that had slammed against Soul. Mists, knives, and log attacks? They're not something a magic user would resort to in an ambush. Does that mean he is... Hearing the sound of grass rustling behind her, she spun around and did a roundhouse kick, earning a familiar grunt from her victim. Ow, that's me, you idiot. Oops, my bad. Hey, move. Soul yanked Alto just in time to avoid the trajectory of yet another knife. It clanged against the bark of a distant tree and flopped to the ground. Curses. We can't pinpoint him with this mist. Slashing random places did not produce any result, it seemed. Soul was just punching the mist, a futile effort on his part. Alto, meanwhile, was inspecting the knife that had fallen on the ground. Even without Soul pulling her out of the way, she realized the knife would not have grazed her. Alto, get it together. He's going to get away if we don't do anything. Wait, Soul? Judging from our encounter with him, he doesn't seem to be a magic user. Plus, I think he's not experienced in combat. We'll get help in 10 hours. He's not a magic user. How is that possible? Think about it. Why would he resort to falling logs and throwing knives if he could use magic? Soul finally calmed down, trying to follow Alto's train of thought. You may be right. From his actions, he may be a non-magic user, and it also seems like he's avoiding close-ranged combat. Maybe we should wait for the mist to settle. Oh, he'll get away by then. The moment we hear his footsteps, we tackle him together, and I'll use the vial on him. As if on cue, they heard the faint rustle of footsteps beside them. Now! The two leapt on their target like a predator pouncing on prey. The man yelped, surprised by their sudden attack. Charging at the man with all her strength, Alto managed to pin him to the ground. Soul! No! Just as Soul readied the vial, their target let out a distressed cry, shaking his arms frantically. Wait! Wait, wait! Please hear me out. You don't know what you're doing or who you're messing with. Soul glared at him, dubiousness written all over his face. Yet knowing that Alto had him immobile, he let his hand hover above the vial, pausing the operation. Is that a threat I hear? I know what you're here for. You want my soul and you're working for the project. The man's voice was ragged from all the exhaustion, and Alto could not help but feel bad from all the roughhousing they did to this non-combatant. But have you ever considered why such a respected organization wants someone's soul? Doesn't that strike you as strange? The man paused in the middle of his sentence, staring at Soul with widened eyes, his fear replaced with something more akin to shock. Wait, you are... Which immediately turned into worry. You have to run. Don't let the project see you. They're going to use you at all costs. Huh? Are you talking about me? The traces are faint, but I can make out the color. It's as red as blood. Could it be that you're unaware about your capabilities? Soul tightened his grip on the vial, almost losing his patience. For someone whose soul is about to be taken, you'd better worry about yourself first. Please, just give me a chance to explain. You don't know what the project is making you do. Alto,
Yes.
you've always been the more reasonable one between the two of us.
Oh?
So it's your call. What do you think we should do?
Dave.
Let's listen to what he has to say, guys. 'Cause, yeah, it sounds like we'll get Soul in trouble if we go. Is that Isaiah guy told us about the blood red stuff?
Wait, Soul, we should listen to what he has to say.
All right, then, if you insist, go on. Make it quick. Are you aware that you're a child of the blood moon? Oh. This question was directed to Soul, who had been staring at their target with narrowed eyes for a while now. Oh, the blood red magic? That makes sense. I'm not aware and I don't care. It's a strange bounty, but my job is to capture your soul and send you to the project. This is the only way we can meet her again. Soul spoke the last sentence softly, but Alto caught what he said. Soul, I know it's difficult for him to make this decision and entertain a strange request, but this is the sacrifice we're willing to make to find Elise. Please reconsider heading to the project's headquarters. When they see a child of the blood moon, God knows what they'll do to you. Right now that you're done with talking, we'll have to take your soul away. Alto, tie him to the tree and move away from him. Wait. Alto did exactly that and moved away. But before the man could say anything, Soul had opened the vial and directed it towards him. Uh-oh. The vial burned a bright red, and they watched, bewildered as the man's magenta's eyes closed and his body turned to mist.
Oh, hey. Thank you.
Thank you, says Slyren for becoming a gemstone. I hope I said that right. Welcome. After collecting his soul, the vial let out a loud pop and immediately sealed itself, leaving a float. Yay, I was right. Yay. Welcome in. How are you? Is it okay to call you Sly for short? Leaving a floating orb inside it. After a while, it dimmed and vanished from sight. Yes. That's cool. Thank you, Sly. How are you today? I don't know if it's evening or morning or afternoon, but hopefully you're having a good day. So his soul is in there? You're at work right now. Your day has just started. Oh. Is it morning then? Or do you work like a nighttime job? I know for me it's nighttime, but you could be in a completely different time zone for me. Alto mumbled that hesitantly. No one would believe that somebody's soul was inside a transparent vial after our. Oh, 10:53 a.m. Okay. Okay, so you are 13 hours ahead of me? Does that mean that means are you like in Asia or maybe like the Australia-ish area? I'm guessing. I'm really not sure. Oh, you're in Asia. Okay. Very cool. Well, good morning. I hope that work goes well. What type of work do you do? I know, Joel, for you and I, Joel, it's like nighttime. But yeah, people come from all over the world when they come to watch people on Twitch. Soul looked equally skeptical, but looking at the unconscious body, the vial seemed to have worked its charm. Let's just assume that's true. So what do we do about the body? Civil engineering. Ooh. Very cool, Sly. You have a cool job.
There was one person.
Ugh, it sounds as if we've murdered someone. You're usually the one with ideas. What do you think we should do? Uh, uh, mm, uh, uh, let's take it with us. Maybe we could take him with us as a souvenir. As a souvenir? What? Why is she saying a souvenir? A souvenir? Does carrying an unconscious body with us sound like fun to you? Alto, sometimes I wish I knew what's in that chaotic head of yours. It's a harsh job? Oh. Do you have to come up with solutions for like wicked problems and things?
He got mad at me, like.
Should we still carry him with us just for safekeeping?
And then
The bounty clearly states that we just want his soul. I think we'd move faster if we left the body here anyway. The request sounds odd now that I think of it. Why would the project want someone's soul that badly? And what are they going to do with it? Oh, inspections and etc. Okay, that makes sense. I think we can leave his body here. How heartless can you be, Soul? Soul simply grunted at the remark. He produced a cloth from his backpack and laid it on top of the unconscious body. He was warning you about something. You know what he's talking about? Not a clue. Whatever he said did make me anxious. But if Soul isn't worried about it, then maybe I shouldn't either? Seeing the target's belongings still scattered about, Alto gathered them up. The least she could do, she supposed, was to keep the man's belongings close to his body. The man had quite a lot in his possessions: a folded tent, a collection of knives, dried jerkies, a canteen of water, basic necessities that keep a man alive. Alto found herbs stored in a glass jar and vials containing unknown potions as well. Perhaps the man was an herbalorist or a potioneer of sorts. Oh, what's this? Something amidst his mediocre items caught Alto's eyes. Worn-out book with gold embroidery laced on its leather cover poked out from the man's back. Despite its age, it seemed like it was taken care of and handled with care. Alto inspected the book carefully. It was just a normal book, inside and out, yet there was something about it that told her it was more than it looked. Alto, let's get moving. Coming! She placed the collected items next to the man's body and hurried off to catch up with Soul. But just as she turned to leave, something tugged her hand. Huh? She whipped her head just in time to see a pale hand grip her wrist, as cold as ice, and as for whose hand it was, Alto could not even begin to imagine.
I'm in danger!
Yes, Sly, we are indeed in danger. Another hand covered her mouth as a familiar voice hissed in her ears. Stay still. The sharp edge of a knife pressed onto her neck. Alto! Don't move unless you want the girl to get hurt. Alto was unable to look back at her attacker, but his familiar voice and blonde strands of hair undoubtedly belonged to the target. Huh? How did this happen? How did he spring back to life? Was the equipment a scam after all? You, let go of her. Give me the vial and I'll release the girl. Soul, I'm sorry. Release her first, then I'll give you the vial. The man laughed, though it was more of a sardonic sneer. I'm afraid that won't work. I can kill her first, then take the vial from you. You don't have strength to do that.
Yeah, you will.
Oh, but I can. I'm not the same person I was a few minutes ago. The remark seemed strange, but now that Alto thought of it, there was something different about this person. She could not pinpoint the difference exactly, but the man's personality, his actions, the air he carried, he didn't feel like the same man he was before. Who are you? You're not our target, are you? What are you saying, Alto? To think a non-magic user could spot the difference instantly. That's right. I'm not your target. My soul's simply taking over this body for the time. My soul is simply taking over this body for the time being. What the? You can call me Lithiel. I'm the soul that resides in that book. The book with gold lacing? I knew there was something strange about it. And oh ho, what's this? Lithiel, now looking at Soul up and down. You're a greater asset than what was contained in this body. What do you say about working with me? A greater asset? The heck are you saying, man? You know that my answer to that is hell no. A shame then. I thought we had similar goals. Similar goals? You're looking for a way to enter the project's headquarters, aren't you? How did you? Bingo. It was just a hunch, but I'm glad it's not because of the hefty bounty on this head, since I have no bargaining chip in terms of money. But a sure way into the Chrismalia Project's headquarters is something I can offer you in exchange for your cooperation. Huh. You've got to be joking. You're asking us to work with a criminal who's currently threatening my friend's life? Lithiel sighed, and Alto could feel his grip slackening. Fine. If it makes you feel better, I'll release her after you listen to my explanation. You. His grip on me is loosening. This is my chance to make a run for it. I don't get a choice. Why did it even give me that? Free myself and run, I guess. Alto bit his hand as hard as she could. The man yelped, the pain forcing him to release his grip on her and letting Alto run to where Soul was. Ow.
Yeah.
That hurt. Were you raised as a woman or an alligator? That's actually kind of funny. A woman or an alligator? You know what? Sometimes I ask myself the same question. What? Now they're gonna get... What? Hey! It seems that you kids don't want to listen. Fine. Then sneak your way into the headquarters and become their livestock for all I care. Just don't say I didn't warn you when you reach the gates of death. Lithiel stormed away furious. Soul glanced at the vial he held. A spark of light continued to flicker inside, indicating the presence of a soul. It's strange, isn't it, to think that souls can be swapped around so easily? I've never seen such a magic before, but there really was another soul occupying the same body. Yes, and there is another soul trapped here. I'm so confused. Let's go, Soul. Oh, we have no time to waste. It's cold. Of course it is, you dummy. We're near Lester territory, after all. Lester, right? Lester is a kingdom in the western part of Gaia, famous for its glacial slopes and breathtaking scenery. It is also renowned for being in constant winter. I told you we should have stopped by town to restock. Guess whose idea it was to come here immediately? Sorry about that. But look, we're here. Isn't that the Chrismalia Project's headquarters? Despite the falling snow, Alto could make out a white fortress in the distance. Your eyes are something else. I didn't notice until you pointed it out. We're one step closer to you, Elise. We'll definitely bring you back, I swear. It's hard to believe that this place used to be home to a lot of people. But now it's nothing but an abandoned snowfield. It used to be home to many people? You didn't know? You should stop living under a rock and read more books, Alto. That's because we didn't go to the library. The Chalia tribe lived here once. They're a tribe that relatively weak physique and became the perfect target for slavery. Very few people visit Chalia, so by the time people realized what was going on, it was already too late. The tribe is now labeled extinct, and as far as we know, there are no survivors. No way. Whoever decided slavery was a good idea must pay. Halt, who goes there? I'm the bounty hunter who took up the job of retrieving a certain person's soul. Got it right here. So held up the vial for the guard to see. You are? Never mind. Huh? Was it just me or did he hide the faintest of smiles? But the man had turned around before Alto could take a proper look. Follow me. The man, who was apparently a magic user, cast a spell and opened the building's gate. Alto and Sol cast dubious glances at each other. I didn't expect them to allow us in so easily. Guess we're just lucky this time. Alto, remember the plan?
Yep.
Right. After we deliver the vial to the lab member, we'll knock the member out and borrow their uniforms. Magic users take a long time to cast spells, so we can use that element of surprise in our advantage. I feel like that might be some flawed reasoning. Master Lictus, we have brought the bounty hunters. They have successfully captured Subject 13's soul. An old man in robes was at the back of the room, seemingly preoccupied with some experiments. Very well, you may now leave us. Master Lictus, is this the person the Chrismalia is a project leader? Crap. We didn't expect to meet a prominent figure like him right off the bat. We can't just knock him out, can we? Alto glanced at Sol, who was wearing an equally troubled expression. But if he's just one person, we might have a chance of knocking him out, right? Hand over the vial, please. I've got my hands full, so just place it on the table. Sol moved closer to Lictus, placing the vial on his table. Alto's fingers, meanwhile, curled hesitantly around her hidden dagger. Should I, or should I not? Her thoughts were interpreted by Sol's grip on her hand. Sol shook his head, and from the sweat breaking out from his face, Alto immediately understood what he wanted to say. Oh, you have to go to bed because you want to wake up for sick. Oh! Thank you, Joel. I hope you get a good night's sleep and good luck at your soccer tournament. Hopefully that goes really well. This man is dangerous. Yeah, let's not push it. This is the Chrismalia's project's leader we're talking about. After we leave this room undetected, we'll have plenty of opportunities to find Elise anyway. Lictus stopped tinkering with his apparatuses and inspected the vial, twirling it triumphantly as if he just received a new toy. Aha! I have finally caught you. There's no more escaping for you, Subject 13. Subject 13? Amazing work. Here, take the reward. Lictus slid a bag of money across the table, which Sol took. Now that we're all done, we'll be leaving. Sol turned around and headed to the exit with Alto following suit.
Wait. I never said you could leave yet.
Good nighty. Uh-oh. I can't move. Sol, too, was immobilized by an invisible force. This is what they were warned about, and able to break away. Hey, what's the meaning of this? We've given you what you asked for. Now let us go. Could he have known about our true intentions? That's impossible. We never said anything that might arouse his suspicions.
Child of the Blood Moon, I am delighted that you came here of your own accord. It truly is like a gift from above.
Child of the Blood Moon? Why are we questioning that? We were already told this by the other guy. What the heck are you saying? Let go of us. Lictus took a hold of Soul's chin and lifted it, studying his disgruntled expression.
Tell you what, I'll let you go if you summon the blood moon. You can do that, can't you?
Blood moon this, blood moon that. I don't know what you're talking about. Lictus finally released his grip on Soul, a flash of surprise in his face.
Don't tell me you don't know about the gifts bestowed on you from the very day you were born.
What?
Interesting. A child born on the night of the blood moon, yet has no clue of his identity. But don't worry, now that you're here, I can help realize your full potential.
Ah! The spell that bound Soul tightened, releasing a surge of flux that coursed through his entire body.
Soul!
Come on, move, body, move! Yet no matter how much she struggled, she was unable to budge. All she could do was watch Soul writhe in pain, completely at Lictus's mercy. No, this is bad.
Soul, get up and run! Use your magic!
But Soul was not listening. He could not. The pain searing through his body awakened something in him, a sensation he swore to forget.
It's working. Now awaken, child of the blood moon.
Ah! Windows broke and glasses shattered as an intense wave of flux surged throughout the laboratory. Even Alto could feel a nauseous, almost eerie sensation pulsating under her skin. Whoa, that's freaky.
Ha ha ha, more! You, child of the blood moon, are the key to the Chrismalia's awakening. Soon you will be able to witness a new era, a world where everyone lives in equality, a world without gods, a world without death. Ha 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 ha.
Another surge of flux welled through Soul, and he screamed out in excruciating pain.
Stop it! Stop it, please! Soul!
Tears now stung Alto's eyes. Being a non-magic user, she had no chance of getting rid of the spell binding her. It was at times like these she wished she could use magic. There was nothing she could do now but watch the entire disaster unfold.
This is it, the final stage of extraction. Soon we will have enough power.
Alto could not hear anything afterwards. All she knew was that something had gone terribly wrong. The generator's pipes at the corner of the laboratory suddenly burst, as if overloaded by the flux's discharge. Soon the generator exploded, engulfing Lictus in the process, burning his whole body, never to be seen again. For a moment, the binds paralyzing Alto and Soul came loose, and Alto took that chance and small fraction of a second between the explosion and freedom to run towards Soul and embrace him. But there was no time left to exchange words. The room was red, and it was only a matter of seconds before they too would meet their end. Soul's hand reached out to touch Alto's cold cheek. He mouthed something inaudible, yet she could read his lips, understood every word he meant to say, and decided it was enough for a farewell. I love you. They embraced and found their lips on each other's, letting a moment of bliss take them over before the detonation took their bodies away, leaving nothing but a scarlet sky behind. Oh frick, that was the bad end. I'm pretty sure. Bad end of Scarlet Sky. Yup, we got the bad end, guys. Well, I'll probably have enough time we can try to go back through and get a good end. So yes, we've gotten the good ending for that guy. Although it might have technically counted as his. I don't know. And then we've gotten a bad end for him. Okay, load. Where should I load from? Maybe if I go back to this guy. Maybe we'll run instead. Nuh-uh, I'm not staying here any longer. This man seems to know me. He could be a knight or a hunter hired to execute me. I'm a wanted woman, after all. Besides, Alcheron is famous for its thieves. I'd best be careful and not engage in anything suspicious. All right, suit yourself. Alto bolted away from the strange man, and this time he did not stop her. After putting a safe distance between her and the strange man, she glanced back over her shoulder to check on him, but he was no longer there. Don't talk to anyone. Well, this time we'll go to the library. Wow, this place is packed with books. Wait, what am I saying? It's a library, after all. We don't have a huge library like this in my village, and I was always too busy with the knight's errands to visit the Zathania's library. Well, might as well read up on something now that I'm already here. Which book should I read? Let's read The Blood Moon. Blood Moon? What is this? I've never heard of this term before. The book looks so worn out, contrary to the new covers beside it. I wonder if it's read frequently. If so, this book must be quite popular. Curiosity getting the better of her, Alto pulled out the book from the shelf and began leafing through it. The blood moon is a very rare occurrence that happens once in 1,000 years. Wait, so if the blood moon happened the night he was born, then yeah, dang. It wasn't going to happen for a very long time, except that he appeared. At the night of the blood moon, the moon and sky turn red like blood. It is the only time where all nature's energies merge into one and collects itself in the stream of flux. Having access to the flux during the night of the blood moon would enable the extraction of an inexhaustible field of nature's energy for a certain period of time. In other words, an infinite supply of magic. However, predicting the blood moon's occurrence is beyond any scholar's knowledge and is still a highly researched topic. As of now, only the gods know when it will occur. It is also important to note that no experiments have been conducted as of yet, and theories in this book are based on the author's hypotheses. Interesting. Tried to look for the name of the book's author, but could not find any. A book without an author's name. How strange. Okay, the Desert Falcons is a top-tier guild renowned for all backhanded, under-the-table, and extremely suspicious dealings. That's not a very professional way of starting a book, but okay, you've got me hooked. They house the best bounty hunters in Gaia, who can locate and give your ex a good ass whooping, and information specialists who can find the last name of your great-great-great-grandmother's long-lost sister. This book is getting weirder and weirder with every word. It sounds as if... Think you've got what it takes to join us? Well then, what are you waiting for? Join us today! Yep, it's an advertisement. Exiled God of Knowledge. Okay, myth as a child, I guess it doesn't hurt to read it. The god who lived eternally in the realm above ours, the Sky Realm. He was fond of anything and everything related to Gaia and dedicated his entire life to researching the roots of magic itself. However, as he collected knowledge upon knowledge, he began to turn away from other gods and schemed a wicked plan against them. The gods, fearing his power and abundance of knowledge, eventually sealed his magical powers and sent him away to Gaia as punishment. It is said that even now, the god of knowledge is plotting to take revenge on the Sky Realm, staging his own revolution down here in Gaia. The Chilea tribe. They were the inhabitants of Chilea. That's where the project's currently headquarters is. Anyway, I suppose it's a good start to read some history about them. The tribe is characterized by their very pale skin, akin to snow, their white hair, and grayish eyes. They have a high tolerance to cold, and conversely, a low tolerance to heat. They are also called the Snow Ghost Tribe because their travelers often mistake them for ghosts due to their appearance and lack of presence. Sometimes they would appear in a snowstorm, surprising passerby. Just like how quickly snow melts, the Chilea people have very short lifespans and are prone to sickness. The average lifespan of a snowman is 30 years. They are considered to be the weakest tribe of Gaia, but they are hardly mentioned because of their weak presence. Many people don't even know about their existence. They are a peaceful, harmonious race, which unfortunately made them the target of slavery after their homeland was raided. Little to no survivors exist. This book says that they were the target of slavery, but does not go into further detail. Just how could people be so cruel? I think that's enough reading. Wait here for Soul. Oh. Okay, in case the finished business early. Okay, we already saw this part. I should be able to skip to the next choice. Okay, we're going to encourage him to use his magic this time. Okay. Throughout our childhood, Soul would do anything but use his powers and would resort to physical training instead. I don't know why he hates using magic that much, but I've heard that an accident happened because he lost control of his powers. Still, everyone makes mistakes, and he has to embrace it one day. Alto took Soul's hand in hers. It was cold despite the blistering weather. Come on, Soul. You can do it. How long are you going to continue concealing your powers? You can't keep hiding your gift forever, right? What if I lose control again? Alto smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and for once, Soul felt like he could do anything. Oh, yep, they do like each other. I'm sure you can. Just believe in yourself. Soul let out a chuckle, not a sarcastic or jeering one, but a genuine chuckle, a sound that Alto rarely heard. I don't believe in myself, but I'll place my trust in you. If you think I can do it, then maybe I can. Soul closed his eyes and the toy in one hand and Alto's hand in the other. He drew a deep breath, exhaled, and let the dormant magic lying in him spring into life. Whoa, I'm getting goosebumps. Alto felt the wind picking up, blowing her hair, whispering notes of magic she could not decipher into her ears. And then she witnessed it, Soul's magic. Look, it even has the little red orbs. Red lights danced animatedly around them before pulling together to form scarlet strings that rippled in the sunlight. Almost like a kaleidoscope, the colors reflected off the surrounding surfaces, and both Soul and Alto were bathed in various shades of red. The longer she gazed at the strings, the longer she thought they could. They looked like veins pumping blood, life, back into the shard they connected to. But the strings expanded, unfurling like a blanket, and Alto watched it in amazement as the scarlet veils orbited around the toy and gradually lit up the blue shard.
Wow, it's glowing.
A sudden sound surprised them, and before anyone could react to it, a flurry of flowers gushed out of the toy's muzzle like a fountain, raining down on them as well as bewildered onlookers. The boy jumped up and down excitedly, trying to catch the downpour of flowers.
Whoa, this is so cool. Big brother, you're the best.
The entire town square sprang into life as people flocked around, Soul admiring the beautiful scenery and catching the flowers that fell.
What's going on there? A street performance?
Wow, this is beautiful. If only I had magic, I would be getting a lot of girls with these flowers right now. While people were busily admiring Soul's handiwork, the said magic user was still standing blankly, shocked and utterly confused. See, I knew you could do it. Just look at how happy everyone is. The flowers are so beautiful. You modified the toy with your powers, right? I never knew you could do that. If I were you, or if I had just a fraction of your magic, I would have flaunted it to everyone I've met. Or are you admitting that I'm way better than you? What? I never said that. Stop twisting my words. Soul laughed, a warm, hearty laugh. It was the first time in a while that Alto heard him laugh without any restraint. Maybe it was the joyous atmosphere of the falling flowers, or maybe she was imagining it, but the way he tilted slightly as he laughed, the way his teeth showed as he calmed down with a wide smile, and the way he looked out to Alto after it all, so clear and close she could see every healed blemish and mark on his face, which only gave him more charm. It really feels as if we've returned to the past, back when we were kids, when we had no worries, and when I had no bounty on my head. You have a oh, you have a flower stuck in your hair.
Oh, really?
Alta ran her fingers through her hair, trying to brush off the flower that was persistently sticking to her. It's still there. Let me get it for you, silly. Sol reached his hand out to take the flower from Alto's hair, but he hesitated and drew his hand away.
Oh, why did he?
I get it. We've grown a lot since the old days. Even though we're just friends, if he leans in like this, the people might get the wrong idea. But why am I disappointed? It's not like I'm. Without warning, Sol blew a mouthful of air at her, knocking the flower out of her hair. Looking up at his face, Alto now saw pink tint on his cheeks. There, now it's gone. He instantly looked away, covering half his face with his scarf, a habit he did whenever he felt embarrassed. You don't have to be shy. That's really cute of you. I'm not cute. Sure you are. Please stop teasing me. I'm not. I'm just telling the truth of how cute you are. Shut up. You're the cute one. Oh? Now it was Alto's turn to blush furiously. That accidental slip up really caught her off guard. Oh man, I bet she's like blushing like this, like really red. That. Sol, on the other hand, looked as if he wanted to dig a hole, cover himself with as much dirt as he could, and disappear from the face of Gaia. The two stood there motionlessly, entrapped in an air of awkwardness, the flower confetti still raining on them.
Excuse me, big brother.
Sol broke out of his trance and turned to address the boy. Yes, what is it?
I think the streets are full of flowers now, so maybe you can stop it.
Color visibly drained from Sol's face. About that? What's wrong, Sol? I've been trying to stop it since a while ago, but this thing just won't stop producing flowers. Oh, the previously excited crowds began to complain due to the excessive litter on the streets. Sol sighed warily. See what I told you? I shouldn't have. Well, that leaves us with one less option. Alto grinned, wearing the same playful smirk Sol knew all too well. Run!
Run!
Alto grabbed Sol's hand, or perhaps it was the other way around, and ran as fast as they could out of the town square, leaving the flower-filled streets for the citizens to deal with.
Wait! It's not stopping! Ah!
Someone make it stop! Chaos ensued in the streets of Al-Sharan, but the two partners were already whizzing out of the city before anyone could lay their hands on them. It was always like this, even in the old times, the two rebellious children, with mischievous grins, racing away from the commotion they caused, hand in hand. So no matter what you choose, you end up running away. He glanced back for a moment, feeling someone watching them. Okay. Oh, what's wrong? And we can't skip since we're in a new path. Okay. I could have sworn I felt someone watching us just now. Flash of gold hair. This is the same as earlier. His eyes widened as the sight of a tall, pale man with slender build. That's him, our target. There we go. The target. Hit. Oh. I guess we could capture him immediately this time. Let's capture him now before he can try anything. All right. Alto, tie him to that tree and move away from him.
Wait.
Sorry, I have hiccups. Okay. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Alto did exactly that and moved away. Before the man could say anything, Sol had opened the vial and directed it towards him. The vial burned a bright red, and they watched, bewildered as the man's magenta eyes closed and his body turned limp. After collecting his soul, the vial let out a loud pop and immediately sealed itself, leaving a floating orb inside of it. Oh, wait. It says I can skip. Okay. We could... Let's bury it. I think we should give him a proper burial. No, we don't have time for this. Hey, the least we could do is give our victim a good resting place. He's resting well right now, isn't he? I would punch him, but I have no strength left to. Anyway, the ground here is too hard to shovel. Maybe we can consider alternative methods, or do you suppose we bury him in a sandier area? But dragging his body out to the desert is kind of... I think we can just leave the body here. How heartless can you be, Soul? Soul simply grunted at the remark. He produced a cloth from his backpack and laid it on top of the unconscious body. Oh, yeah, this is the same. Free myself and run. This came out the same, though. Yeah, I've read that the Chalia tribe became the target of slavery because of their physical constitution, and now they're virtually extinct. Whoever decided slavery was a good idea must pay. I don't know if this is actually going to go any different. I might have to make a different choice from the beginning. I don't even know. Yep. No, we got the same end. What do I do differently? Maybe if I go back to the very beginning and make some different choices? Skip. Okay, feather hanging from the ear. Skip. I'm so glad there's a skipping button. Let's go to the library. Skip. 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 So hopefully there's time to still go see the guy. Go to the market. Oh, let's go see him still because we want to get the pen. 5 for soul. We'll see the mysterious man. We will accompany him. Where's our target? Oh, he lets out a wide smile. All right, since you asked your question, I'll be going. Wait, what? Where's my answer? I only said I'd let you ask a question. I never said I'd answer it. No way, you meanie. I jest. You and your lover's target, huh? I don't know where he is. Wait, lover? Oh, you two haven't reached that stage yet. My bad. It was clear that this suspicious know-it-all was enjoying this a little too much. In regards to the target's location, all I can say is that he's closer than you think. His interest may or may not align with yours, but I presume he has business to attend to in these parts. Business to attend to here? Word of advice, Altia. If you were to encounter him, do give him a chance to explain himself. You might find strength in numbers. Okay, so he gives us good advice, so this might have been what we needed. Anyway, I should get going. Oh. Okay. So maybe that was what we needed all along, was him to tell us what to do. Encourage him to use his magic. We're gonna skip. Listen to what he has to say. Skip, especially now that we know. Okay. Oh, and this is what we needed. We needed to have read the book and that, probably. The Blood Moon. I've read about that before, but what does Child of the Blood Moon mean? And why is he asking that instead of convincing us not to capture him? I'm not aware and I don't care. It's a strange bounty, but my job is to capture your soul and send you back to the project. This is the only way we can meet her again. Soul spoke the last sentence softly, but Alto caught what he said. Soul, I know it's difficult for him to make this decision and entertain a strange request, but this is the sacrifice we're willing to make to find Elise. Please reconsider heading to the project's headquarters. When they see a child of the Blood Moon, gods knows what they'll do to you. Right now that you're done with talking, we'll have to take your soul away. Alto, tie him to the tree and move away from him. Wait. Alto did exactly that and moved away. But before the man could say anything, Soul had opened the vial. Okay, so we can skip to the... Well, frick. Let's save here, because this is the only options I haven't actually done before. Okay, we said bury it. We said take it with us. Maybe we can... hide it? Should we hide the body? Where should we hide it, though? Behind the trees, perhaps? I really don't want to see worms eating out his flesh. Yuck, don't bring that image to my mind. I think we can just leave the body here. Oh, yep, it's just the same. Oh, wait, ha ha ha. So now we have another option because of the book. So you have to have read the book to get this option. Okay, wait and listen. This is a risky move, but I'm curious to hear what he has to say. Besides, I recall that man Isaiah advising me to hear what our target has to say. So let's hear what he has to say. What? Alto, are you serious? Please trust me this time, Soul. You said it yourself, didn't you? That the project has been keeping many things away from the public eye? It would be unwise to leave for the headquarters unprepared. Lithiel sounds like he knows a lot more about the project. We can even ask him if he knows Elise too. Elise? Could you be referring to the Hiller? You know her? Yes. If we're talking about the same Elise. Cobalt hair. Small build, a potent healer. Wait, earlier they described her as having lavender. No, not lavender. Was it lavender hair? So why did they change what? I do think they described, I think it was lilac. It was either lilac or lavender hair, but now it's cobalt. Well, the woman is indeed the Chrysmalia's project headquarters. Sol pointed his dagger at him. How did you get this information? Don't tell me you're part of the project. It would do you no good if you keep pointing that blade at me, boy. You're well aware that I can end you right here and now, right? So speak up. Whoa. Calm down, Sol. Impatience was written all over Sol's face. And was that a hint of frustration Alto glimpsed? Surely he must have been overjoyed to finally meet someone who knew Elise's whereabouts for certain. But that someone just had to be a suspicious entity who claimed to have taken over a man's body. It took a while for his face to contort from vexation into suspicion all over again. What makes you think we'll believe your words? Words are just words for all it's worth. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. But if you are keen to know more, perhaps we can take this conversation somewhere else. My house is nearby, actually. It's much more comfortable than the heat in the scorching place. Sol pulled Alto aside to engage her in private conversation. Don't you think it's too convenient that his house just happens to be here nearby? I have to agree that is suspicious, but I don't know why, but I just have this gut feeling that we can trust him. And you're basing this on what grounds? My guts? You and your nonsense. But I suppose your guts can be reliable sometimes, so I'll trust you this time around. Just make sure you stay close to me at all times, all right? Sol, I'm not a little kid anymore. In my eyes, you're still the same reckless girl I knew back then. Something gave Alto's heart a tight squeeze, a strange mixture of happiness and sadness. Does that mean that Sol still sees me the same as back then? I should be happy that we're still friends, the friends we were, but was I hoping for something else? Boy, hurry up. I'm going to leave you behind. Leave us then, you're the one who's so eager to invite us to your house. Quit your yapping, Blood Moon child. What did you just call me? Lithiel threw a cynical glance at Sol as if surprised by his reply. He then proceeded to heave a sigh. You really don't know anything about yourself, huh? Blood Moon this, Blood Moon that, you and the other man. Why are you so obsessed with this moon? A twinge of sadness crosses his face. I'll tell you about it later. Now come, it's time for you to face the truth about your origins, child. Dude. Lithiel quickly turned around and walked ahead as if trying to hide his facial expression. Sol and Alto glanced at each other and took after the man's trail. Chapter 4, Mysteries Within the Mist. They followed the man deeper into the forest, where withered trees grew, strangely denser and denser. Alto could not tell which way they had arrived from. Every tree looked the same, and the mist accumulating from God's knows where did not help her sense recuperate. Wait, did we just pass this tree before? I recall the pattern on its bark. No, that can't be. The tree afterwards is unfamiliar. Hey, Soul, look at this tree. Alto turned around only to realize that neither Soul nor... Oh, uh-oh. Wait, where did they go? Oh, I'm lost.
Soul! Soul!
No reply. Oh no, I really am lost. I knew I shouldn't have been distracted. Now what to do? What if I retrace my steps to find them? Uh-oh. Interrupting her thoughts was a low-pitched growl that seemed to come from behind her. Oh boy, a wild beast at a time like this. She placed the hand on her hilt of her dagger, one of Soul's to be precise, and readied to sprint at the slightest of noise. It's coming. A huge silhouette of a beast lunged at Alto from her side. The growing mist had dulled her senses, and she had failed to react fast enough, earning her a cut on her arm. Huh? Alto pressed her wound. She could feel blood oozing through her sleeve and dripping on the ground. If I hadn't moved, the beast, whatever it is, would have snapped my head off. I must find Soul quickly. Handling this beast in this mist is difficult. Another growl, this time more ferocious, erupted from behind her, and this time her fear got the better of her and she failed to react quickly. Shoot! This is the end for me. Oh. Now what did I say about wandering off by yourself? Alto opened her eyes upon the sight of a familiar back. Relief gushed over her instantly. Soul! Yet there was something else, a tingling sensation of nostalgia at the back of her mind. Did something like this happen before? She briefly tried to recall her memories with Soul, yet nothing particularly similar to this situation came to mind that it could explain this peculiar feeling she had while seeing his back. This isn't the time to reminisce. I've got to stand up and help Soul. But the beast was already thrown to the side after receiving one of Soul's blows and was limping before retreating into the mist and disappearing. After making sure the beast was gone for good, Soul sheathed his daggers and turned to Alto, who was still sitting on the ground. How long are you going to stay down there, dummy? Dummy. Soul, I can see that your vocabulary has not improved since we were kids. Your dictionary really needs some revision. Alto clutched the place where the beast had grazed her. You're hurt. Don't state the obvious. He bent down and inspected the wound. Really, you've got to be the most reckless woman I've ever met. Maybe your head has been getting too much concussions and got a few screws loose. And whose fault was it that I keep getting concussions? Soul chuckled. Well, then I'd have to take full responsibility, wouldn't I? Soul produced a handkerchief from his pocket and tied a secure knot on Alto's arm. As he was dressing her wound, Alto's gaze shifted to the dangling feather on his ear. She instinctively reached out to put her hand to touch it. This is the feather Elise gave us, right? Oh, she's got the same feather on her necklace. I can't believe you've been keeping it with you the entire time. You too, right? The feather necklace that Elise's gift? It's pretty after all. She said the feather was from a majestic bird and she took great lengths to obtain it. Yeah. Soul and Alto gazed at their respective feathers, suddenly feeling Elise's presence all over again. Elise was one who rarely gave gifts, probably due to her busy schedule, but this item was an exception. She said she personally collected and made it especially for her two best friends. Soul and Alto immediately broke out from their reminiscing and turned around, only to see Lithel casually leaning on the tree while laughing. That feather from a majestic bird. Hey, what do you have against it? Well, if that majestic bird you're referring to is a chicken, then you're about right. A chicken? I've seen enough chickens for a lifetime to know that that feather came from a chicken, probably plucked from its buttocks. What? Its butt? Gross. Serious? I was wondering why the two of you wore chicken feathers then as an accessory. Now I know why, and oh, the absurdity. Lithiel could not contain his amusement and continued cackling, almost choking on his own laughter even. The two friends, on the other hand, felt their faces getting hotter with every passing second. That hardly comes as a surprise, knowing that Elise was just being Elise. Even though she's the responsible one between the three of us, I have to admit she does have her own share of mischievous traits. Of bullying us, no doubt. 'Tis hilarious. Now let's get going, else you want to continue sitting there. It's easy to get lost around these parts, so make sure you keep up with me. And just so you know, the mist is caused by these flowers. He plucked a silver flower from the nearby shrub and immediately sprayed a whiff of mist at his face. Silver blooms, I call it. Would protect itself from predatory insects by producing mist to conceal itself. Don't worry, it's not dangerous given that it's only native to these parts. He smirked, a playful glint reflecting on his eyes. It makes a perfect place to hide some secrets, no? Now come along. Lithiel started moving again. The two followed suit, but this time Sol made sure he had Alto's hand in his. Guys, they're holding hands. They're holding hands now. After what seemed like forever, the trees thinned, though the mist showed no signs of diminishing. Lithiel suddenly stopped at his tracks. Why did he stop here? You'll see. He bent down, tracing a circle on the ground with his fingers. A gold glow illuminated from the surface, but it was not at all too bright as the mist diffused its faint flare. Something was rumbling underground. Sol gripped Alto's hand tightly, wary of the horrific things that might ensue. But there was nothing. The light quickly faded, leaving a circular crevice in the ground. After closer inspection, Alto realized it led to a set of spiral staircase. He entered the opening and took the first steps down the staircase. So are you coming or not? Alto and Sol shared a look of suspicion before following the man into the hole. He lit a lantern and stowed by the entrance and led them down the spiral staircase, lighting braziers as they descended. Alto gaped. There was more than one floor, and every single wall was lined with shelves brimming with books. This place, so many books. The underground library, that's what I call this place. This is my home, my refuge, my treasure trove. He ran his hands along a row of books. The way he gently brushed each one of them showed how much he cherished each and every one of them. I've collected all these, 100 years. No, perhaps 1,000 years worth of treasure. He smiled, clearly proud of his collection. I've stopped counting time ever since I was exiled. Hours, days, years, they're all the same to me now. Exiled? Are you some criminal sorcerer exiled from a kingdom? But he can't use magic. Lithiel did not answer the question. He was busy raking through some drawers to find tea bags, only to find that they were way behind their expiration dates. Yuck. Not that he had to think hard about it, though, given that they were now covered in dust and mold. Gross. Of course, no consumables would have survived for 100 years. Oh, I have some tea in my canister, along with some food. Perfect. Give me that. Alto handed Lithiel her canister. He, in turn, took out an apparatus Alto had never seen before, brushed the dust off from it, and placed her canister inside. This isn't the right time to serve tea. Whoa, I've never seen a device like that before. Of course you haven't. I invented it. Oh, what does it do? Heat whatever object given to it. In this case, it will heat your tea and make sure it's delectable to our taste buds. How does that work? I thought you can't use magic. Not everything revolves around magic, my dear. When you harness the energy of nature properly, you can do miraculous feats people would deem as magic. Of course, it requires years and years of research if you want to make such a device. Lithia, who are you exactly? He was quiet for a while, as if pondering what to say. The two watched him silently as he moved to the table and sat before, sighing loudly. So do you want the short answer or the long one? The short one, please. And make it concise as possible. We don't want to waste any more time with you. Lithil sighed again, yet the amusement in his eyes was plain to see. You are Soul, correct? That's right. Your initial assumption, me, was correct, Soul. I've worked with the project a long time ago. In fact, I was one of the founding fathers of the project. But the project was established about 100 years ago. How are you one of their founding fathers? Oh, I thought you wanted a short explanation. Never mind, continue.
Perhaps this isn't his original body? He did say that his soul was from the book or something, so he might be 1,000 years old and we wouldn't know.
Let's keep it that way for now. Anyway, in the past I joined with them for a very simple reason. The reason being that I was bored. Lithil did not wait for their grunts of protest to subside before continuing.
Oh, hey! Hi, Autumn, how are you? Welcome in.
And I kind of believe their ideals. You're doing all right? Have you been able to have any rest today? There they were, a bunch of foolish humans with their foolish understanding of nature, coming to me saying they wanted to find a way to let their non-magic counterparts experience the joy of magic. Sort of. Oh, how was D&D this morning? Yes, I kind of am. My voice is actually starting to get tired, but I'm going to drink some water and see if that helps. But yes, it's really hard doing guy voices, and then attempting to like make them different is even harder. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Autumn. How was your D&D earlier today?
So you helped them?
I was a learned scholar. You could say I've had all the knowledge one can know about nature, and I certainly know how to extract the flux present from Gaia. So yes, I did help them. Foolish mortals had foolish ideas. Why is that one not working again? It worked yesterday and then it broke. I think we might have broken the redeems yesterday. The redeems got used. Oh, it got pushed to next week. Oh, stuff happens. Well, hopefully, since the group had to move, maybe you slept a little bit more this morning. I have to see why that did not redeem. That's weird. No worries. Are you sure? Extension. What, did it log out? Dude, we used the heck out of this yesterday. I'm surprised it's like not working right now. Let's see. I'm gonna try that again. See if I can. There we go. I guess I just had to log back in. I'm so surprised because, like, I swear, I hit 600 followers yesterday, and so there's no cooldown on the music things, and so they were switching between that and two of the other music redeems, and it was hilarious. But yeah, I guess we used it so much it logged it out or something. Guys, I know I was so surprised to hit 600 yesterday. I'm pretty happy about it actually. Slow but steady, right? Slow but steady wins the race. So, I'm pretty excited about it. Pretty soon you'll be there too, Autumn. You're growing really quick. But I suppose their mortality is what makes them interesting. I digress. We do our best. Exactly. We just keep doing our best. As years passed, the humans I worked with were also getting older and older, getting closer to their demise. It wasn't long until the project's goals changed. Instead of creating Chrismalia shards to make others experience magic, they wanted to use it to make themselves immortal. Oh no! Corruption happened, guys. Corruption. Immortal? Is that even possible? It depends on what you mean by immortal. To live forever is impossible. Nobody lives forever. Even the gods have an expiration date that will erase them from existence eventually. But long enough to see the rise and fall of kingdoms, it certainly is possible. In theory, at least. So, what makes it impossible in practice? I've been telling them again and again that extracting such magic from nature alone is impossible. There's only so much flux you can harness from things like flowers, trees, and frost. I've told them this so many times. But they twisted my words and began to extract flux from conscious beings instead. Ayo, that's not cool. From conscious beings? It started out with animals, fish, chicken, birds, which definitely contained more flux as they possess what other living organisms lack. Consciousness. Consciousness implies a larger gift of flux bestowed by Gaia itself, and they exploited those for their own purposes. I tried to stop them before it was too late, before they committed the biggest sin known to mankind. Manslaughter. So the rumors that the Chrismalia Project has been using human lives for their project were not unfounded after all.
So? You knew?
Yes, unfortunately, no amount of persuasion could bring them back to their senses. Seeing that they possessed the knowledge that I had, they no longer found use for me and locked me in a cell, kicking me out of the project. I rotted away in that cell for many long years. I don't even remember how long it had been. I'd stopped counting days. But one day, through some stroke of luck, someone detonated an explosive in the project's headquarters. Lithiel's sneering gaze shifted to Alto, whose face visibly flushed red in embarrassment. That created a huge distraction in the headquarters. I had all the time in the world to flee them. In a way, I should be thanking you. Hold on, I don't recall seeing Lithiel anywhere during the explosion. How does he know me? Wait, was he the one who rescued me? Then what's with all the soul business? For the love of... Whose soul is in this vial right now? You wanted the short answer, right? Soul rolled his eyes. Clearly his request for consciousness had backfired on him. Conciseness had backfired. Let me just say that the soul you have captured in the vial right now was one of the deciding factors of my plan. Your plan? My plan to destroy the Chrismalia project once and for all. As if prompted, the device where Lithiel had put Alto's canister started ringing and vibrating. He quickly attended to the machine and pulled out the canister with his bare hands. Oh! Hot! Man, I hate this body. You humans are sensitive to every single thing. Aren't you? Heat, cold, pain, those silly little things you call emotions. You sound like an old geezer. I don't know if you're trying to insult me, but you're not wrong. Yeah, he's old. I know who he is because of the other playthrough. Alto helped Lithiel pour the tea into cups. She snuck a glance at Soul, and needless to say, a lifetime of worth of skepticism was painted all over his face. Ooh, Soul really doesn't believe him, huh? Sure, whatever this guy's saying sounds a bit too far-fetched, but what do I think? Do I trust what he's saying? I trust him. I trust him. This would have probably been more interesting as the first route to have done, but I did this guy's the route first. Though it's hard to believe, whatever Lithiel had said so far does align with what happened these past few days. Honestly, I'm not sure. There's supposed to be a third route, and I'm wondering if I accidentally got the third route already because shenanigans with this guy, or if there's actually a third route that unlocks when you finish both of these two. I am curious. He wouldn't have known of the explosion if he wasn't directly involved with the Chrismalia project either. Lithiel, you said the soul currently trapped inside Soul's vial is a vital key to your plans to destroy the project. But why do you need him? And why do you sound so relaxed when this important factor was taken away from you? A very smart observation, my dear. Lithiel stood up and brought his hands in front of his chest, palms up, and closed his eyes. Alto, get behind me! Soul, immediately wary of whatever he was trying to do, pulled Alto behind him and shielded her. But nothing happened. Not even the faintest of sounds were produced, even as the seconds turned into minutes. Lithiel opened his eyes and placed his arms back on his sides once more. Fooled you. What makes you think I can harm you? This body has long lost its ability to wield flux, or in layman terms, I am full-fledged non-magic user. Does this mean he once used to? Even if I wanted to, I would never be able to destroy the Chrismalia project by myself. What can I do with this feeble body, anyway? Answering your question, girl, during the years I spent being stowed away in the project cell, I plotted their downfall. I formulated blueprints for a device that can destroy the main generator they use to extract flux from living beings. But to do that, I need a magic user, someone's soul, who I can borrow for a while to power this device. I'm technically doing what I told the project not to do, but this will be the last. That's why you need his soul? That's right. The vial you have right now contains the soul of a powerful sorcerer who was kidnapped and forced to work under the project. I made a pact with him, and he agreed to help me in powering this device. At least it was consensual. He consented to helping save people, instead of being used to make people immortal. But if possible, I would like to avoid eating up someone else's soul. Well, now my wishes are answered. Lithiel turned to Soul, his eyes sparkling a gleam of childlike excitement. Soul, meanwhile, looked like he could burst out of the library if Lithiel took another step toward him. And what are you staring at me for? You, yes you, child of the Blood Moon. You're the one I'm looking for, the very key to success. Our trump card to defeat the project. What? When's your birthday? Sorry? Tell me your birthday. I don't see how this question is relevant. Every time Soul took a step back, Lithiel would answer by moving a step forward. Dude, that's creepy. You must have a birthday. Everyone does, right? Do you know what a birthday means? It's the day, month, and year you were born. I know what a birthday is, dumbass. You just stay away from me. Then why do you refuse to tell me such a simple answer? Lithiel, stop! The two turned to Alto, wide-eyed. Getting an angry shout from the usually amiable girl was unexpected for both of them. I don't understand how Soul's birthday is relevant to all this. Can you please stop pestering him about it? You're making him feel uncomfortable. Oh, he stopped chasing after Soul and finally recomposed himself. Alto, on the other hand, pulled Soul aside, wearing a look of visible apprehension. Soul, are you okay? I know this topic is difficult for you. No, I'm sorry. I was just being too sensitive again. That's not true. Thanks for standing up for me, Alto, but I should tell him the truth. Forgive me, kid. It was never my intention to frighten you. Here, would you like some sweets? Oh. Welcome back, the goated one. Hi. Were you not able to sleep? Or are you just already awake extra early? Lithiel, who departed, desperately sought ways to soothe Soul's temper, tried to coax him with a wrapped sweet like what one would do with a child. Unfortunately, the said sweet was hundreds of years past its expiration date, and his actions only earned him a look of disgust. Gross. Seriously? I was told that this is the correct way to make a child happy. I'm not a kid. At my age, everyone looks like a kid to me. We know you're old, geezer. Come on. Hi, cat. Gemstone Bog Boy and leader of the Stray Cat. Yep, that's the shout out. Hello, cat. No, you have been a sleeping disorder. Oh, do you have insomnia? Insomnia does that. I don't have a birthday. This is why I can't answer your question. Your parents never told you. You've never celebrated your date of birth then? Never. My parents said they forgot when I was born. I was just that unimportant to them. So, you have I have a mustache now. Okay. Lithiel let out a chuckle. What good protective parents you have then. What? Oh, surely you don't mean that. I'm not joking. Your parents have made the right decision to conceal your day of birth. Oh, it's genetic within your bloodline? Most who have it are women, and I'm the only male in the family who has it. Oh, what's it called if you don't mind sharing? If you don't want to share, that's also okay. This is just something new I hadn't heard of before. Did anyone know that you were born on the night of the blood moon? You would be exploited to no end. Yup, the blood moon. What? What does that mean? Why would anyone exploit a child born then? Alto, you know about the blood moon, yes? Yeah, I've read up on it a bit. Good. Saves me time explaining the basics. Is everyone going to just ignore me? Oh. Is everyone going to just ignore me? Sorry, I haven't read up on it, okay? I read the book while waiting for you at Al Sharan, so I can explain a bit to you. Blood moon is a very rare occurrence that happens once in 1,000 years, but no one can predict when it will happen next. I've read that the moon turned red like blood, hence its name, and would grant strong magic powers if you were to extract magic from it or something. Well, that's all I know, honestly. So why are children born on the blood moon exploited? When a child is born on the night of the blood moon, they are granted special magic capabilities, and it is even rumored that they can summon the blood moon again. Experienced sorcerers can distinguish a child born on the night of the blood moon easily. Their magic aura is the color of blood, the strongest color of magic in Gaia. Color of blood? Soul. The most recent occurrence of the blood moon was 19 years ago. Oh, so that both of them are about 19 then. Okay. It was the only date I remember when I was locked up in the project's headquarters. Even though I did not see the blood moon with my own eyes, I could feel it. Non-magic users would have no problem feeling the strong magic prickling on their skins either. Lithiel placed his hand on Soul's head. The bounty hunter was surprised, but allowed it to stay there for a while. I was once a sorcerer too, you know, and I can see the faint color of the flux radiating off you. It's red like blood. So even if your parents never told your birthday, I can be the one to tell you. 15th of August, 19 years ago. That's when the blood moon occurred, and also when you were born. August 15th, 19 years ago. That is... Soul swatted the man's hand away. That still doesn't answer the question. Why are these children hunted? Is it just because they wield special powers? Prismalia Project's end goal is to make an ultimate artificial power source, one that can provide immortality or even become Gaia's greatest weapon of destruction. But they are missing one final ingredient, the source of the power itself. Right now, the only thing in existence to power a monster of a weapon is the legendary Blood Moon. That, or consuming the souls of thousands of human lives. But didn't you say the Blood Moon occurred 19 years ago? Prototype was not ready then. Tried to extract the Blood Moon's power then, but the extraction failed. And besides, as you read, Alto, no one can predict when the next Blood Moon will appear. No one. Perhaps the gods don't even know. It's a mysterious occurrence that is beyond this world's control. You see, so now their only course of action is to hunt for children born on the night of the Blood Moon? He said that it's rumored they have the ability to summon the Blood Moon after all. So far, I've never seen a Blood Moon child summoning any, but all I can say is the Blood Moon's magic is rooted inside the individual's flux. If trained correctly, a Blood Moon child has potential to become the most powerful being alive in Gaia. Powerful, but also dangerous. Soul's amber eyes were narrowed. He looked like he was struggling not to recall something buried deep in his memories. Soul, are you okay? Soul. Sorry, I think I need some time alone. Abandoning his entire bag, Soul dashed up the spiral staircase and exited the underground library. Soul, wait! Maybe it's too much information for him to handle. He sighed, taking a sip of the tea to soothe his throat after his lengthy explanation. Alto, I know everything I say sounds like a tall tale to you, but I need your help to stop the Prismalia Project. We don't have much time left in our hands. If we don't stop them, needless blood will be spilled and countless lives will be lost. You and that Blood Moon child will be the key to this operation. That boy, he's hiding so much potential because he's scared. Scared? Scared of something. I don't know what, but there must be a reason why a magic user chose not to use magic his whole life. That's true. I've long since asked him the same question, but he's never given me a proper answer. Thanks. I'll go talk to him now. Alto made her way up the staircase, but stopped and turned back, meaning to ask Lithiel an elementary question that had weighed on her mind from the very start. Lithiel, will I ever get to know who you really are? He laughed, a mischievous glint sparkling in his magenta eyes. Alto could not shake off the feeling that there was more to him than how he looked. There was something otherworldly about him that she could not put her finger on. And why does it feel like I've met him somewhere before? Who knows? At another time, perhaps. Or another route. We found out in the last route. It was dark outside. Alto had not realized how quickly time flew. They must have been in that underground library for hours now, for the sky was pitch black, devoid of stars. Only the circular arc of the moon remained. Soul! Soul! Where are you? He couldn't have gone that far. Alto paused from searching and dropped the heavy bag that she was carrying. Jeez, and forgot to take his bag with him? Does he really have the guts to leave it alone with Lithiel? He turned out to be a scammer and ran off with all our belongings. Well, I don't think he is, but it isn't like Soul to be this reckless. Tired from all the pointless wandering around, Alto decided to stop by a clearing and rest for a while. She sat on the sandy ground and leaned against the bark of a withered tree. To her left were shrubs of silver blooms, apparently taking a break from spouting mists at night. There were a few who spewed a spray of mist, then Alto approached, but it dissipated after a while. Lithiel was right about the flowers. They're quite harmless. The fog doesn't seem poisonous either. Alto let out a sigh and stretched her legs. It has been quite a day. Think that I've learned so much in just a single day? She sighed again, feeling all the exhaustion sinking into her body. Feeling thirsty, she opened Sol's bag to see if he had a canteen of water somewhere in his possession. That he did, but as she fished out the bag, something else dropped along with it. What's this? A book? That reminds me, I should give him the pin I bought for him in Al Sharan. Curiosity got the better of her and she flipped the book open. To her surprise, it was a diary. Well, it started out as a diary at first, but the more she flipped, the more she realized the pages were filled with poems. Some were pinned with elegance Alto knew she would have never achieved, but some were just scrawls, as if its writer was in distress. Huh. To think that he still keeps a diary. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Amit. Amit, I think it's my brain. My hunch back then was spot on then. Alto stopped at a random page and decided to read the contents. Day 20. I've met her again after 2 long years. Every time I see her, I'm always reminded of the time I almost wiped that smile off her face for good. It churns me with guilt every time I remember it, but I'm glad to be the one to rescue her. Imagine if I hadn't taken this job and found myself in Zithania. What would have happened if I wasn't there? Would she have been rescued by someone else? Or would the next time I see her be in Death's Gates? Sol. This isn't my name, so oh, okay. Okay, sorry about that. Normally, I don't know. I'm just like having doubts today. I don't know why. Oh, I feel like it's a crime to be reading this, but to think that he felt such guilt, and what does he mean by almost wiped that smile off her face for good? There was a space from the previous line indicating an interval between the previous entry and the next few lines. This cheeky monkey. I can't believe she has the audacity to just fall asleep on my lap in the middle of a conversation. I wish I could just push her aside. My thighs are getting numb. This must have been when I dozed off. Well, that was mildly embarrassing for me, too. Well, it's been hours since she slept, and since I was stuck there, I somehow managed to undo her braid and played around with her hair. He was playing with her hair, guys! She wouldn't let me do that when we were kids, but I was always mesmerized by how soft her hair can be. When she wakes up, will she notice that her braid went through a reconstruction? Oh my gosh, he literally. Perhaps not. I'm quite sure I did a good job in braiding. I've always been good at that. Heck, wasn't I the one who taught her how to braid? Oh, she closed the accursed diary immediately. Her heart was thumping like crazy now, and she could not find a way to stop it. Heat had risen all the way to her ears as she tried to comprehend what she had just read. Sol did what? Sol did what? He played with your hair, girl. It's not like he did anything that creepy. He just played with your hair and then rebraided it. My braid, no. I did not notice. Ah, I feel so defiled. Just child. I promise he didn't do anything bad. Okay, no more reading his diary. I'm gonna bury myself in embarrassment if I read him writing any more about me. They say reading a diary is akin to reading someone's heart. The thought of Sol being a softie deep inside will only make me all the more nauseous. The butterflies in her stomach, however, had nothing to do with nausea. An idea suddenly popped in her head. Hey, I know how to find Sol. It's quite simple, really. Alto stood up, flipped through Sol's assortment of poetry, and picked a random one and gathered her breath. Uh-oh, she's going to read his poem out loud. Ahem. What more can I ask for than longer nights and shorter days where the sun burns bright? From forever I wished time can freeze and let all the agony and misery cease. So this for once the weight of the day will not fall prey to my narrow ways. Alto paused for a while, looking to her left and right, but there was no Sol in sight. Perhaps I didn't recite it loud enough, or maybe I'm lacking some raw emotions? I got it! I need to recite this with more passion! Alto flipped to another page containing a different poem. Let me escape to a place where no one can hurt me, where I can be myself, and put down that smile I have rehearsed all the while. Why do I smile when I'm dying inside, bleeding eternally, as ink stain spills all over my veins? Oh? Oh boy, this is so embarrassing. I mean, it's a piece of art, all right, but man, who knew that Soul had such poetic talent hidden in him? And I wonder who hurt him to make him write such things. She flipped again, this time choosing a poem that seemed slightly less angsty. This will be the last. If he doesn't come around this time either, I'll stop looking into his diary and continue with my legwork. She took a deep breath and began reciting. 1,000 flower petals danced tonight. 1,000,000 melodies, 1,000,000,000 notes. It was all cacophony before, but now we sing and breathe with our souls. Perhaps it was a one-night occurrence, but will this happen only once in a blue moon? Alto suddenly heard the rustles of bushes behind her, accompanied by a frantic footstep. That sounds like he wrote it about her. Soul appeared quite haphazardly from the throng of trees, his face boiling red with embarrassment. Ah! I didn't know you were such a poet. You should be looking at other people's stuff. Soul desperately tried to snatch the diary away from Alto's hands, but he missed, and Alto simply would not give up a chance to pester the poor soul. That was and would always be her favorite pastime. Alto flipped through another page, reading a random poem just to make Soul even more embarrassed. Someone save me from myself before I lose control, and sell my soul and replace it with a smiling stone. Soul had tackled Alto to the ground before she could continue reading out the next stanzas. Stop! Give me back my... What? Your what? Give me my diary back. So the baby Soul still keeps a diary, huh? Tell me, Soul, what were you doing to my hair while I was asleep? You read that part? Soul tried to snatch his diary again, but Alto had extended her arms before he could grab it. One moment she thinks she's being like freaking violated, and the next she's teasing him with it. My goodness, child. Make up your mind, girly. To think that you enjoyed braiding my hair that much. You should really consider switching careers, you know. Maybe a hairstylist or poet would suit you better than a bounty hunter. Soul's cheeks were now a pair of tomatoes, and Alto finally felt bad for teasing him to that extent. She began to think that the prank had gone overboard. Give me that! Soul suddenly lunged forward, reaching his arm out and successfully touching the book. Got it. Before they realized it, their faces were so close to each other, and for a moment they stared into each other's eyes. It was Alto who averted her gaze first, feeling the heat rise to her face. All right, fine. Take your diary back. Soul happily obliged, and they broke off from their sudden proximity. Alto could not help but chuckle. How nostalgic. This really takes me back to the old times. This moment reminded them of their childhood, but somehow it was different. It wasn't the same feeling that they felt when they were children. It felt as if there was something more. They quickly scrambled to their feet, putting on an unperturbed expression whilst clearly hiding the awkwardness. Alto brushed the sand off her clothes. You know what this reminds me of? That time we escaped from your mother and plunged into a pool of mud to disguise ourselves. Yeah, sorry for dragging you into that mess. You know how my mom can be. Or that time when we played hide and seek. Right, we found a great hiding place, but it turned out to be a bandit's hideout. That was so dumb of us. We even tried fighting them. Stay behind me, Alto, was what you said. But you ended up running away first. That's so funny. Did I really do that? I can't remember. Do you remember what happened next?
Well, they did beat us up pretty badly, but we managed to run away from them.
Elise almost fainted when she saw our injuries. She even gave up on healing us.
Stay injured, is what she said.
Alto and Sol laughed so hard that they were back on the ground. Laughing so much that had robbed them of their physical capacity, it seemed for they were now sprawled out on the ground waiting for their laughter to slowly subside. What a day, huh?
What a day indeed.
Silence hovered over them. For a while, all they could hear were the chirps of the desert cicadas.
Sol, can I ask you a question?
Sol turned his head to face her.
Why did you choose not to use magic? Surely it's not simply because you have no teacher to train you, or that your parents forbid you? Though, Knights, some of your family members are magic users. I know how strict your parents were, but...
There was an unreadable expression on his face.
You can tell me, can't you? If it's not because of your parents, then could it be because of me? I knew it. I knew that I was the cause ever since I read that entry in his diary. So it was because of me? Please tell me what happened. Did I fail to remember something that happened in the past?
No, that's not it.
Tell me, Sol. I want to. No, I need to know.
I'm not sure you'll ever forgive me if you knew, Alto.
Hey, it's all right. The fact that I'm here and alive means something, right? So please, please tell me. I want to know the truth.
Sol inhaled sharply, trying to steady his breathing. It happened 10 years ago. Back. Your connection went off for a moment, so your condition is mixed of ADHD and short sleeper syndrome, which allows me to sleep a short time and still have the same amount of energy as someone who sleeps normally. Oh. ADHD and short sleeper syndrome. I'd never heard of that. Is that like the official name or just kind of like a nickname for it? It happened 10 years ago. We were out in the woods playing and fighting as usual, but that day, due to my insistence to explore, we found ourselves deeper in the woods. There was a large beast greeting us there, the kind that usually would not dare to approach the village, but had no problem facing two children who had nothing but wooden swords to defend themselves.
Hi, Flower. How are you? Oh, let me give a shout out.
I can spell. Spelling is important. There we go. Oh, I have like hiccups or something. I'm sorry. You're welcome. Oh, you're good and you're home now? Well, welcome back to your home. Did you have a good weekend? And were you able to get your car fixed? I think you had mentioned that your brother or someone was going to help you fix your car. It's pretty rare and not a lot of people know about it. Oh, interesting. So it would make sense on why. Oh, okay. I don't remember the beast's exact experience, but I remembered it humongous stature and sharp claws. We ran as far as we could, but the beast caught on to us. We tried hiding, but the beast could track our scent. At long last, with all our efforts to lose the beast put to naught, we were stuck in a dead end. We were stranded with nowhere to go. Alto! You were sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Alto! Alto, stick with me! But no matter how much I shook you, you would not open your eyes. I panicked, but the beast was nearing me and had readied its claws to end me. Oh. You crushed and napped for 3 hours when. Oh, yeah. I would probably take a nap too. Naps are nice when you're exhausted like that. I felt something strange then, something stirring in me. I felt as if a fountain of power welled up inside my chest, waiting for my instructions to unleash it. I didn't know what it was, nor had I felt it before, but what could I do in this moment of desperation? Ah! Red. Everything was covered in red. I saw red lights like blood circling around me, all too eager for me to give it command. I felt powerful then. I felt like I could do anything. Oh, my weekend was all right. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. The beast was scorched by my magic in a fraction of a second. I did not even realize what I was doing then. It just felt so satisfying to be able to destroy a living being without lifting a finger. Now that I think about it, it felt as if the magic was consuming me instead of the other way around. There was destruction everywhere. The ground beneath me trembled with such force, but it was almost unnoticeable for me. Soul, stop! You tried to get closer to me, but to pull me back into my senses, but the only thing that pulled me into my senses was realizing that my magic had harmed you. So that's what happened? I'm sorry, but I don't recall any of that happening. Of course you didn't. You've suffered a serious injury because of me. You would have died if Elise hadn't healed you in time. I almost killed you. And that was when I swore to myself that I'll never use that accursed magic for the rest of my life. Alto placed her hand on top of Soul's trembling one. Silly Soul, you didn't kill me. You saved my life. But to think that you've been suffering so much because I fainted a little in the past. Please don't let that incident weigh you down with guilt any longer. You're gifted with so many unique talents, Soul. Whether that's writing, poetry, or braiding hair. Stop it. Or even controlling the power bestowed upon you by the Blood Moon. Remember in Al Sharan, how you fixed the kid's toy? You successfully controlled your powers and made him happy. I'm sure that no power could make you lose your senses. And even if you fall prey to the darkness of your strength, well, I'll always be here to smack you back to your usual self. Alto. Don't worry about it, okay? It's time to put your dormant powers into good use. Alto let the words ring in Soul's head and returned to lying on her back once more, gazing at the full moon on the starless sky. Child of the Blood Moon. Huh. Sounds super edgy. I think it really fits you, Soul. Oh no, they said he's an edgelord, guys. Stop it. So are you going to take on Lithiel's offer, to train under him? He's a weird guy, but I think I can try my shot. I can't believe we've been roped into a plan that involves destroying the Chrismalia project, when all we wanted to do was rescue Elise. From what Lithiel said, the Chrismalia project has been wreaking havoc in Gaia. If that's really true, then I want to prevent them from achieving their goals at all costs. I thought you were an avid supporter of the project. That was before I knew what methods they've employed. Say, Alto. Yeah? All this time, you've assumed that Elise was kidnapped and forced to work under the project against her own will. But what would you do if she actually chose to stay there of her own accord? Alto turned her head towards Soul. meeting his amber eyes that equally reflected the confusion and conflict she felt upon pondering the same question. I've never thought of that before, honestly. It was only recently that you told me Elise might have been captured by the Chrismalia Project. And it was just today I found out that the project wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. So I don't know how to answer this question, Sol. But if Elise chose to stay with the project, I'm sure she must have a reason. Like perhaps she sticks with them because she believes in their ideologies but has no clue about their means. True, that sounds like Elise, all right. And another thing, this is for you. Alto produced the fountain pen she bought from the merchant in Al Sharon and handed it to Sol. A fountain pen? Thank you. Yeah, it's so that you can write more poetry anytime and anywhere. Cut it out with the poems already, will you? Alto. Thank you for always being there for me. Sol smiled. It was a slight smile, albeit a precious one. And Alto could feel that it truly came from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry for what I did to you in the past. The past is the past, Sol. In fact, you saved me, didn't you? And just a few days ago, you saved me again. With or without magic, you'll always be the Sol I know. The rebellious, edgy, yet secretly poetic boy who never runs out of sarcastic retorts. He could use an upgrade in the list of names he calls me, though. What did you say, dummy? See? So shall we get going now? Alta was just about to stand up when Sol pulled her wrist, and now she was on her back again, though she landed on something soft instead of the hard ground. She only took a second to realize that she had landed on Sol's chest. She opened her mouth to protest. I'm too tired to move. Can we stay here a bit longer? He pulled her down on himself. Dang, gutsy guy, huh? He sounded so exhausted then. Alto wondered just how many sleepless nights he had spent alone after a long day of working for the Desert Falcons. Surely, the work must have been taxing, and to think that Alto had never seen Sol sleep peacefully ever since they reunited. He was always up and about, sleeping while staying alert. Alto thought that it was his insomnia at work, but what if he forced himself to stay awake to guard her as she slept? A far-fetched thought, and Alto felt embarrassed just coming up with the idea, but it was more than possible, and the thought of Sol protecting her all this time made her heart skip beats. Without the slightest warning, Sol tugged the band fastening Alto's messy hair together, letting her hazel hair come loose. Hey, what are you doing? Your hair's so messy that I could use it to ensnare a Viturbor. Just when I thought you were being nice. Alto struggled to break free, but her hair was now entrapped in Sol's grasp. Stay still for a while, won't you? If no one fixes your hair, spiders might mistake it for a set of cobwebs and lay eggs in it. He just wants to play in her hair. Yes, it's 12:30 for you. It is 11:30 for me. Are you going to go try to get some more sleep, the goated one? Fine. And so Alto decided to stay still, letting Sol comb her chaotic hair with his fingers. She had to admit that it felt nice, nostalgic even. Now that I think of it, didn't Sol do this a lot when we were kids? He's always annoyed by how wild my hair was, and so forced me to sit still and let him braid my hair. Since then, I've always fixed my hair in a braid. I guess you could call it a force of habit. You gotta be up at 3 a.m. and yes, thank you. I hope you can get some rest. And I hope work goes well. Halfway through the braiding, he suddenly stopped. His fingers were tangled in her hair, but they did not move. Sol? Why'd you suddenly stop? Oh, I think he's asleep. Sol? Alto craned her neck upwards, only to see Soul's sleeping face. Oh man, he must have really relaxed. Hey, don't drool on my hair, okay? That'd be a disaster. She poked his cheek, but there was not a single stir from the raven-haired boy. He's sleeping like a baby. Oh well, he's had a rough week. Maybe I'll take a short nap myself. Man, that has to hurt though. She's literally laying right on top of him, if I understood correctly. She closed her eyes, enjoying the lingering worth from her favorite cushion. What, did they do that a lot? No wonder they ended up liking each other now that they're older. It was not long until the weight of the day and all the exhaustion finally sunk in, and she succumbed to a peaceful slumber. Bonds and bounds. I will say this path feels a little more natural in how quickly they start to like each other since they already had a past. Although I think this one time moves a lot quicker. I think the other one they kind of spent like a few weeks in the fields. Alto woke up to a series of muffled shouts and grunts of protest. She stirred and shifted her position, hoping to catch a few more minutes of undisturbed sleep. But a sudden noise sounded like a distant explosion woke her up for good. What was that noise? After much effort, she finally decided to sit up and scan her surroundings, realizing that she was no longer outdoors but back in Lithil's underground library. Wait, what just happened? I remember taking a nap with Soul outside last night. Yet she was definitely indoors, inside the library, with a blanket covering her. Below her was a worn-out mattress, deflated over years of neglect, but still soft to the touch anyway. Alto groggily scratched her head, her brain still processing the possibility that might have occurred the previous night. Soul must have carried me back to the underground library. That's the most plausible explanation. Deciding not to fret over her current location any longer, she stood up, folded the blanket neatly, and set off to find Soul or Lithil. The underground library was huge, Alto noticed, but there seemed to be no signs of either of them. You idiot donkey, how many times do you have to tell you? Shut up, old geezer. I can't. Can't you have a little patience? At this snail's pace, the world would end before your first lesson does. Then have you ever thought that maybe you're just terrible at teaching? Is that Soul and Lithil arguing, I hear? Their voices seem to be coming from above the library. I should see what's going on. Alto climbed the staircase to the underground library's entrance and pushed the door open. Sure enough, Soul and Lithil were facing off against each other in a call each other names battle. If Alto didn't know any better, it looked as if two teenagers were engaging in harmless, childish quarrel. But that obviously was not the case, since the previously untainted ground was now splotched with signs of explosion. A red orb, presumably produced by Flux, was dangerously bubbling in Soul's palm, and Lithil, who had kept his distance for safety's sake, was desperately shouting his instructions. It won't stop growing. How do I control it? Put your mind to it. Instruct the Flux. Can't you give me clearer instructions? While the two were bickering, Alto continued standing next to the library's entrance, still figuring out the proper time to intervene. But luckily for her, Soul had noticed her first. Oh, good morning, Alto. Good morning? Why are you stuttering? He's probably still embarrassed. No reason. Did you have a good rest? Yep, I presume you carried me all the way back. What a gentleman you've grown up to be, Soul. Shut up. Alto realized that his cheeks were tinted in a slight shade of pink, and that whatever he conjured in his hand was spiraling out of control. Soul, watch out! You idiot. Lithil lunged to pull Soul away, but it was too late. Oh, a huge explosion rattled the desolate forest, sending birds flying away from the treetops in fear. When the dust settled, they realized that there was now a gaping hole on the ground they noticed they once stood on. Scary. First thing Soul did, however, was run towards Alto, scanning her body for any scratches. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?
I'm all right. What about you?
The said person was quite surprisingly all right, despite being at the epicenter of his own explosion. He got away with no scratches at all. I'm all right. Not sure how I got away with no injuries.
Lithiel, are you?
No, as a matter of fact, I am not all right. He was indeed not in a good shape, as the both of them were. Grazes adorned his body, and it did not help that he had jumped straight towards Soul when the detonation happened. Listen up, Featherbrain. He stomped towards Soul and gave him a flock on his forehead. Ow! Casting your flux requires a tremendous amount of concentration. If you keep getting distracted by every little thing, you'll never get a grasp on your flux. Treat it like an untamed beast who'll go astray if you loosen the harness even by a little bit. Easier said than done. Much effort is required to tame your powers, even more so than that you're a child of the Blood Moon. All right, sorry about that.
Can someone tell me what you guys are trying to do?
I'm trying to whip him into a sorcerer who can control his powers so he will not cause the end of the world. This is the first time I'm touching all these fancy magic things, so cut me some slack. Actually, ending the world, yes, that would be a sight to behold. So, what do you say? Lithiel, no. Come on, Lithiel, I thought we're here to prevent the world's end, not cause it. Calm down, I was just joking. If you weren't, I would have sacked you right now. Lithiel continued to instruct Soul in his magic training. Despite the mysterious man's inability to control flux, Lithiel was surprisingly well versed with the art, correcting every single thing that Soul did wrong. After some time, Lithiel retreated to where Alto sat, distancing himself from Soul, so also to avoid getting caught up in another explosion. That guy sure is something. Please take it easy on Soul. He's always been rebellious ever since we were young. That's not what I meant. I meant that he's surprisingly adept despite being unfamiliar with magic. He's doing a great job for a beginner.
Then why don't you act the part? You're always reprimanding him for his mistakes.
That's because he makes mistakes. Perfectionism is everything in wielding flux. One mistake and you're done for. Especially for a child of the Blood Moon. The stronger the magic, the greater the consequences.
True. Soul has a lot on his shoulders now.
I do wonder why he returned last night and immediately asked me to instruct him, though.
Wait, have you two been at it since last night?
Yeah, though I have to admit I was too excited at the prospect of personally instructing a child of the Blood Moon. It's not every day you get to do that, after all.
Lithiel let out a long yawn, rubbing his eyes. Alto had only just realized he had dark rings under his eyes.
Yet it seems that this body has its limits. Why must physical exhaustion be real?
You should rest up, Lithiel.
It's not the time for that. I'll watch my student train as I record his mistakes from afar.
Oh, then this is my chance to ask you some questions I've been brooding about.
Yeah, I could only imagine you'd have so many unanswered questions. Ask away and I might just answer you while I'm in a good mood. Say, about the Chrismalia project? You're a supporter of the project, aren't you?
How did you know?
Well, for starters, you were somewhat in disbelief when I spoke of the project's true nature, or on the other hand, seemed to know it was coming.
Say, Lithiel, are they truly as evil as you say? All my life I've believed that non-magic users should be given a chance to experience what it's like to have magic. It's hard to think that a project which was supposed to bring people happiness
ended up resorting to such despicable methods and being the world's greatest enemy. Whether you believe me or not, it's ultimately up to you. Just know that I have told you the truth. If I were to point out humanity's fault, it would be moral corruption throughout the passage of time. About the soul contained in the vial. Oh, the soul in the vial. You don't have to worry about him. Though if we don't return to the headquarters soon, then he might... He might? Never mind, you don't have to know. Actually, I was wondering what would happen if we just broke the vial. You have a way to get us to the headquarters without returning the vial, right? That's a huge risk. I need to examine the vial's mechanism before we break it, and that will take time. You're right. We wouldn't know if the device would self-destruct or erase the soul for good. But that's his body you're borrowing. You better take good care of it, at least. Oh, he didn't even answer, but that's... Yeah, okay, about Elise. Did you really meet Elise back there, in the project? The healer? I was cooped up in a cell most of the time, so I'm afraid I didn't have a chance to interact with her. But yes, I've known of her presence in the project. I've been keeping tabs on everyone with my soul detached from my body. Then do you know why she's in the project? He isn't hurt or anything, is she? Hurt? I don't think so. She was one of the non-subjects, despite her magic capabilities. I suppose she's too much of a valuable asset. They need healers for their subjects, after all. At least it's good to know that she's all right. But now I'm really wondering why you were involved with the project at all. That's all? Well, actually, I do have another question. What's our plan after this? We're tagging along with you because we want a sure way to enter Chrismalia Project headquarters, but you haven't told me the full gist of the plan. Quite the inquisitive soul, aren't you? Fine then, let's return to the library. I've got something to show you. Oi, Featherbrain. Huh? What did you call me? You come with me too. I don't want to return to find the forest gone by an awful flux control. Why do I think that's actually possible? Probably because of the explosions that have already taken place. Wait here. So, I see you're finally facing your fears. Yeah, I've decided. Besides, I've realized that being afraid to harm others is just an excuse to cover up my fear. You've decided to help Lithiel then? I haven't fully trusted him yet, but it seems that he was telling the truth so far. But taking down the project or saving the world, honestly, I have no intentions of doing that. Reasons I'm honing my powers is to pave the way to find Elise. That and to prove yourself? Protect you. He's blushing again. Did you just say that, or was I hearing things? Interrupting their conversation was Lithiel, who returned with a huge scroll and carelessly laid it out on the table. Behold, this is the blueprint of my creation that will stop the main generator in the project. The two gazed at the numerous diagrams and incomprehensible scrawls scribbled on the scroll's perimeter. They looked at each other equally confused. I don't expect your little brains to comprehend its intricate mechanism. Just think of it as a magic fuse. Magic fuse. Okay. He tapped on a particular area of the diagram, which was nothing but another set of indecipherable doodles in Alto and Sol's eyes. All you need to know is that it essentially traps the flux flowing in the generator for a period of time, causing it to overload, and... kaboom! Explosion. Wahahaha. Alto and Sol stared at each other with equally dubious expressions on their faces. So, what do you need us to do? Lithiel started rolling the blueprint. Nothing, actually. I've been developing this device for a very long time, and it's certainly not easy to make. I'm just telling you because if there's a chance that something happens to me, I want you to insert this into the generator. Treat it as my dying wish. Though I hope I won't have to come to that. Lithiel. Okay, sure, but how are we going to enter the project's headquarters in the first place? I hope you don't suggest blowing up a hole in their headquarters. Oh, not again. Oh, don't worry. That's the simple part. He moved to another corner of the library, stopping in front of the standing mirror. And this mirror is? He clearly trying to tell you to look at yourself in the mirror and fix your bad head. The braid you made yesterday was ruined? No worries, I can always braid it again. These two lovebirds with matching chicken feathers. Eh? What did you just say? Nothing. Anyway, this mirror is actually one of my creations. An old one for sure, but I'm certain it still works. Once you supply some flux into it, it could open a door to anywhere you want as long as you put a node in that location. I've set up a node inside the Prismalia Project's headquarters. If they haven't purged my cell, then the node should still be there. Another device that requires Soul's magic? Huh. You really are the key to this entire plan, Soul. Of course, with the way you are now, you'll only blow up my precious portal and ruin all my chances of getting into the headquarters undetected. The device is sensitive to the slightest of change. If your flux fluctuates in the middle of the operation, whoever goes through this portal may end up having their limbs or head chopped off. That is precisely why I need you to beat yourself into perfection. Okay, I get it. All right. Now that you have a grip on my plans, I presume you've decided to work with me, right? You still strike me as suspicious, but you don't seem like a bad person. So I'll choose to trust you. Trust, huh? That's a word I haven't heard for a long time. I wouldn't say I trust you, but I'll cooperate with you for now. Okay, it seems that Soul is on board with this. Oh, hey, Shashu! Thanks for becoming a gemstone. How are you? Shashu? Oh. Shout out. Shout out at Shashu. There. Shout out for Shashu. It said you were last playing music. How am I? How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just playing a visual novel, which I failed a few times, but now we're like actually headed towards the good ending. I will say the good ending routes are definitely a lot longer than the bad ending. I know, I love them too. This one's good and it's a free one. I honestly have so many free ones. What I think I want to do is try to I think I want to try to have kind of like a visual novel I do each week. Like I want to finish, so this is the second route. I want to at least try and get all the good ends. And so I was going to try and see if I can finish this route tonight, and then maybe next Sunday pick up the third, because there's supposed to be a third secret route. But I was thinking if I could play all the routes, then I would switch to something else. I have a ton. I think I have a huge list of visual novels I have not played yet that were like all free. And I have a couple. I think I have Ozo Mafia, I think. Is that it? I have a few that I paid for. Like, I never finished Amnesia Memories. That's actually the first thing I streamed, like, 2 years ago when I streamed for, like, a month or so. I never actually finished that one. But I'm like, I think at least once a week I'd like to try and stream them. I know they really do. I always go and see what I can find, especially for free. Some of the best and my favorite ones have been free. Like, I'd probably even replay Cinderella Phenomenon. I haven't played that one in a long time, and it's one of my favorites. To think that I would team up with a bunch of kids, well, I guess that's not too bad. You remember playing that one? It's so good. I even actually bought the After Story, or Ever After, I think. It was Cinderella Phenomenon, Ever After or something. And it was because it was like worth the $10 because it was so cute. Thanks for trusting me. Wow, that smile. I wish he smiled like that more often and sneered less. Alto felt a tug on her hair. Turning her head, it was Sol who pulled it, possibly asking for her attention. Your braid, let me fix it. Thanks, Sol. Despite her attempt to not make such a big deal out of it, Alto could not help but feel her cheeks getting hotter as she let Sol continue to braid her hair where he left off the previous night. But yeah, I have a ton. I know there's a few I've started and didn't finish as well, and I'd probably just restart for stream. At one embarrassing point, she and Lithiel inadvertently made eye contact, and she could see the repugnance plastered on his face. Okay, that's sweet and all, but it's time for more training. Now get your ass out of my library and start channeling your flux. Sighing in exasperation, Lithiel pilled the two away from each other and dragged Sol out of the library. Hey, let go of me. I can walk by myself. What should I do in the meantime? You can help me clean the place up. Clean the place up? You mean... Alto gave the underground library a quick scan. There were papers and books strewn all over the place, ink stains splotching the floor, and vials of unknown liquid that gods only know how long they'd been there. Does he really expect me to clean all these? Jeez. Piero, what's going on? You've done it again, haven't you? It's none of your business. Oh, hi, Miku Gulper. I had a good day. How was yours? Didn't I tell you to stop taking part in the tests? Your body will break if you keep this up. You're as hard-headed as ever. Never mind. Come here and let me heal you. But Piero had no strength left to move. He tried to prop himself up by leaning against the wall, but his trembling legs gave up the moment he did. Piero coughed again, continually this time, and color drained from the woman's face when she saw blood instead of phlegm. Piero! She immediately supported him and placed her hand on his forehead, letting her innate power handle the rest. The man's breathing gradually steadied, and all the pain he felt earlier subsided. Closing his eyes momentarily, he took refuge in the warmth emanated by the potent healing spell. Oh, head bonks. Good, you did schoolwork, laying down in bed half of the time, but overall good. Hey, well that's good. Please. He looked at her face, teary-eyed, skin as pale as snow, face washed with worry. Yes? Thank you. Piero, why do you insist on continuing to help them with the project when you know its true nature? Is ambition really worth all the damage you've done to your body? Is it? It is. It's worth it. I have a mission to accomplish, and I have a vision. Make a better world, a world where everyone is equal. And that is achievable only by harnessing Chrismalia's power. Oh, thank goodness the bonk stopped. After Elise finished casting her spell, Piero gathered himself and rose to his feet. Thanks for always being here for me, Elise. I couldn't have done this without you. He turned to the doorway, but Elise stopped him. Wait, where do you think you're going? Back to the lab. Now that Subject 13, my rival, is gone from the project, I must take this opportunity to win Lictus's trust. You're not going anywhere, that body of yours. You need to rest. Your healer instructs you to do so. Oh dear, what will I do with you? Although traces of exhaustion laced his words, he could not hide the fondness he held for this woman. I suppose I can't fight you. I'll go and get some rest as per my healer's instruction.
Yeah, you better.
I can't bear to see you get hurt again, Piero. I'll take the better care of myself from now on, I promise.
You better keep that promise.
Though Piero had regained some of his strength and from the spell, Elise's arm was still wrapped under him for support. She slipped her other arm around him in an embrace as simple and necessary as breathing, firm, but not squeezing him too tightly. Piero sagged into her, wrapping his arms around her and holding her as tightly as he could, which was not as tightly as it had once been. But for now it was enough. It was everything. A scarlet will. Three days had passed since Alto and Sol stayed in Lithiel's library. While Lithiel was preoccupied with his research and Sol was training hard to control his magic, Alto made herself busy brushing dust off the infinitely many shelves. It seemed like an impossible task at first, but seeing that she had nothing in her arsenal contribute to Lithiel's research or Sol's training, she had nothing better to do. Furthermore, she was tasked with the important job of gathering food. Over the course of 3 days, both Alto and Sol found out that Lithiel was not a good cook. In fact, undermining his cooking skills was an understatement. The man had no sense of taste whatsoever. The first dish he tried to make was purely made of silver blooms. He called it a soup, but to Alto it tasted terribly bitter and had a texture more akin to glue. For both Alto and Sol's sanity, Alto volunteered to hunt meat in the vicinity for an edible meal. In fact, she was currently returning to the underground library, dragging a dead boar along with her.
So, I'm back.
Huh?
Strange, he usually be out here training at these times.
Alto noticed that the tree around the underground library thinned day by day. Most of them were blown up by Sol's magic training, yet pride welled in her after seeing how well Sol had improved.
If they're not here, then they must be inside.
Alto left the boar outside and made her way down to the underground library.
So, Lithiel, there you are.
I have no doubt that all the Constitution are complete and flawless, but its success depends on you. Are you sure you can trust me? As a matter of fact, I don't. What then? But you're the only choice we have right now. Succeed and we'll be in Chrismalia's project headquarters, fail and we'll all turn to cinders. Or perhaps we'll find ourselves in a different dimension, who knows? You're making me even more nervous. Are you sure you're ready to operate this thing? Maybe it's better if I train for a few more days and... We can't afford to waste any more time. Crossing paths with you has already delayed my plans, if only he hadn't been trapped in there. I could have pried the vial open, but doing that is risky without his collateral. Lithiel shook his head. No matter, you should be ready now.
That's right, you've been training so hard. It's just like supplying magic to the kid's toy in Al Sharan. I'm sure you can do it again.
Alto,
I have complete faith in you, Sol.
Remember, failure is not an option, Sol. Lithiel said this as he mimicked Alto's tone, which only earned a scowl from the hunter's face. Stop making me even more nervous. Sol took a deep breath, approaching Lithiel's mechanism, a large mirror that portrayed an eerily distorted reflection of him. He put out his hands, lightly touching the mirror's surface. All right, here I go. As soon as he said that, beams of red light emanated from his hands, engulfing the entire room with a scarlet glow. This feeling again. I'm getting goosebumps. The compass on the side started spinning. The mirror shook violently, causing tremors throughout the library. A few books fell from their shelves, and the beakers shattered from Lithiel's table. More power. Keep it steady. Hold it together. Don't let the flow fluctuate. Start barking orders. I'm trying, you moron. You can do it, Soul. After a series of hollering and yelling, the mirror finally stopped shaking. There was no more reflection in the mirror. Instead, the image it displayed was swirling, reflecting a place Soul had never seen before. Did it work? Soul lowered his hand. See me. Oh, your husband said on his stream that yesterday was Saturday. Are y'all PST because yesterday is Sunday for me? It's after midnight, Miku Golfer. It is 12:10 a.m. for us, so technically, yes. Wait. Huh. How many minutes ago? It's only 12:10, 12:11 now. Either that or he's still calling yesterday Saturday because we haven't gone to sleep. A lot of the time, if we haven't gone to sleep yet, Kat will call yesterday. And he'll be like, well, we haven't gone to sleep yet, so it's not tomorrow yet. So, like, in his brain, it would still be Sunday, even though it's been Sunday for like 11 minutes here, though. So, depending on how long ago it was, it might have still been yesterday. Soul lowered his hand, seemingly stopping the flux transfer, and wiped beads of sweat from his brow. He glanced at Lithiel, who simply pushed him aside and inspected the mirror. Oh. Yeah, just the brain going crazy. Okay. Is that enough? Is it a success? Yes, it should work fine. Yeah, it worked! Thank gods. Oh, Alto immediately glomped. What does glomped mean? On Soul? Yay, I knew you could do it! Who knows, maybe you're one step closer to becoming the greatest sorcerer of Gaia. I don't want that. I would need to look up what glomped mean. I really don't know. And now I'm like, what does that mean, guys? What does glomped mean? Let's look. Glomped meaning. Sometimes referred to as tackle hug, is a form of aggressive hugging in which the initial party dives or lunges at the receiving party in the manner of a tackle. Glomping is frequently associated with anime and manga, where it is depicted as a form of slapstick or physical comedy. Huh. I never heard that before. But yes, glomping means that she tackled him with a hug. Alrighty, I now know this now. But I'm glad I was able to help. Now we can go and rescue Elise, and Lithiel can stop the Prismalia project. Alto let go of Soul and turned to Lithiel. So when are we leaving? Now that the portal's powered, we can leave any time. But listen, kids, before you decide to come, I'll give you one last warning. You will undoubtedly be risking your life once you step into the project's headquarters. They have skilled magic users. Some of them have even been personally taught by me. Among all of them, Prismalia's project leader, Lictus, is the most dangerous of them all. You also need to be wary of his right-hand man, Piero, who now is most likely to be the successor of the Prismalia prototype himself. What do they look like? You know what? Just avoid engaging with anyone that isn't your friend. That will be best. But knowing all of that, are you sure you still want to come? You might get yourself killed. Isn't it too late to scare us away? Yeah, we couldn't possibly back out knowing that we're one step closer to Elise. You youngsters really have no fear. Featherbrain, hand me the vial. Soul took the vial from his satchel and handed it to Lithiel. Now that they had a means to enter the project's headquarters, there was no reason to continue holding the vial. My objective is to destroy the main generator residing in the headquarters main laboratory and take out Lictus. But you're there for your own personal reasons, which is to find that healer. We'll have to part ways as soon as we arrive at the headquarters. And by the way, which part of the headquarters will this machine take us to? The cell I was caged in. It's the safest place for now, and I doubt anyone would guard the place. Makes sense. All right, are you all ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Then stand in the circle, you two. They did as they were told. Lithiel stepped in too and activated the mechanism. The machine whirred again, but this time the circle beneath their feet lit up, casting gold rays on them.
What?
Alto frantically searched for Soul's hand by instinct, and she realized he did the same. At the machine's whirring reached its peak, Alto felt her body disappearing, as if merging as one with the light itself. Hold on tight.
Ah!
Alto blinked. Once, twice. She looked around. Wherever they were now, it was no longer the underground library. Instead, they were inside an empty enclosed room. Is everyone okay? I'm all right. I feel a bit queasy, though. How about you?
I'm fine.
Soul looked up and down at Alto for good measure, checking if she had sustained any injuries, as if she was missing a limb or two.
Lithiel, are you?
What's with the creepy laugh? Maybe he lost some of his brain parts. That would be terrible, Soul. He couldn't take out the project like that. He's still laughing. It worked. I knew it would work. Only a geneless like me could build an invention and have it work on the first try. What? I truly am magnificent. Wait, this is your first try at using the machine? I don't know whether I should be terrified or impressed. Hold on. I'm really not missing any organs, am I? No, thank you. You used us as guinea pigs. But thanks anyway. Yes, thanks. Let's get going before anyone spots us. The door opened up to a tunnel with rows of other cells, which eventually led them to a wide hallway. It's freezing. What do you expect? We're in Chalia, after all. Kalia. I don't know why I said Cha. Okay, so this is where we'll part. I'm headed to the main lab. There's a rehabilitation room that the healer frequents. It just to the end of this hallway. It's your best bet. Thanks, Lithiel. And stay safe. Save that worry for yourselves. The scholar said that with the usual air of confidence, but Alto's perceptive eyes caught a glimpse of his fingers trembling. Later. Lithiel turned, dashing to the opposite end of the hallway. Will he be okay? We know he can't use magic. Alto, let's go. Right. Alto and Soul ran across the hallway as discreetly as possible. The rehabilitation room located at the end of it was open, but there was no one inside. Well, she's not here. There goes our luck. But we're close. I can feel it. What's our plan now? Try and open every door we come across? Great idea. No, bad idea. There's a set of staircases here. Use your animal instincts and decide if we should go up or down. Let's save, just in case. Let's go up. Let's go up. This should be the first floor, so going down would probably just lead us to the cells again. Right, that makes sense. The two climbed the stairs and landed on another identical hallway, except this time there were people, most likely magic users, walking around. Sol and Alto ducked behind a pillar, trying their best to remain unseen. What do we do now? There are too many people. But there's a chance that Elise is with them. True, but we shouldn't risk it. If they know we're looking for her, they might even use her as a hostage. Excuse me? Use who as a hostage? Surprised by the sudden presence of an eavesdropper, the two instantly recoiled to a defensive stance and turned around only to see... Oh. Edith! Alto dropped her weapon immediately and jumped at her without the slightest bit of hesitation. Hello there. It's been a while since I last saw you. You seem to be more muscular? And you seem to be a bit chubbier. I will kill you. Now that's the Elise we know. While Alto was rejoicing at Elise's presence, Sol rightfully had second thoughts of having a happy reunion in the middle of enemy territory. As much as I'd like to celebrate this joyous occasion, this is hardly the right time for it. Let's focus on getting out of here first. Right. Elise, do you know where the exit is? Don't worry, you're safe now. We're here to rescue you. You can say goodbye to this cult that has been enslaving you. Alto took Elise's hand, but she smacked it away. Elise, what's wrong? I'm sorry, Alto, Sol, but I can't go with you. Elise, what are you saying? Yeah, what are you saying, Elise? Oh, I get it. They must have cast a binding spell on you or something to prevent you from escaping, right? In that case, we need to find who cast it and... No, that's not it. Oh, Shuya, welcome in. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. There we go. Welcome in. Oh, you were last playing Minecraft. I think you mentioned that the other day. It's not like I can't go, but it's more like I choose to stay. At least, does that mean that you voluntarily joined the Chrismalia project? That is... Hey, what are you doing here? You two run! But before Alto and Sol could escape, the man had blocked their paths. You're doing well, just relaxing a bit before tonight? I'm doing well. I'm staying up a bit later than I had initially planned because I think I'm getting close to the end of this route. I really want to try and finish it, and then I'll raid out to someone. You're welcome. But before Alto and Sol could escape, the man blocked their path. Stop it! These people... We're new recruits, sir. I've never seen your face before, and I've never heard of new recruits being brought in. Guards, arrest them! Sol, run away! You're not much for them. And leave you? Hell no! Yes, it is a visual novel. Magic users wearing robes flooded into the hallway, and within a blink of an eye, the three were completely surrounded. Ugh. We can't handle this many at once. And all of them are magic users. Alto, listen to me. I'll make an opening and you take the chance to bring Elise and run. All right. Here goes. Sol slammed his flux-infused fist against the floor, causing a tremor that split the floor, as well as the crowd of guards, into two parts. The magic users stopped in their tracks in shock, but not because of the destruction. They were staring at the red beams escaping from Sol's fists, mouth agape. Oh, Loki, I've played Doki Doki Literature Club. That's been a very long time. It's a good game, but I don't know if it's one I could replay. I don't think I would ever play it on stream, though, either. It's a bit intense. Soul is using magic? Oh, no, this is bad. The other mages see his flux, then... No way, the color of his flux. It can't be. Alto, now! Alto grabbed Elise's hand. Quick, Elise! I told you I can't go with you. Why are you so persistent on staying? Because I want to be here. You want to stay here? But why? That's enough. An invisible force broke Alto's grip, forcing her to involuntarily release Elise's wrist. You know, Monica knows if you're streaming. Does she really? Does she really know? That's freaky. Are you serious? Chuya, are you serious? Does she actually know the difference if you're streaming or not? How? You are joking? Wait, are you joking or serious? Now I'm confused. I forget which one I asked. Before Alto could look up to process what happened, she was sent flying to the other end of the hallway. Alto! Intruders, I see. Tell me, how are you able to enter? Piero! Elise, get back. The game reads to see if OBS or Streamlabs is open. Oh, really? So it can tell? What does it do? What does it do differently if she knows? Like, I'm curious. What does she do? Wait, stop. There might... But before Elise could finish her words, Piero had conjured a blast of wind and launched Soul in the same direction as Alto. Alto caught Soul just in time, stopping him from crashing into the wall. You good? Yeah, thanks. You? Just a few scratches, but I'm fine. She'll do a jump scare during the Glitch World portion of the game. What type of a jump scare? Ready to kick this guy's butt? Oh, yeah. Soul unsheathed his dagger, and Alto readied the hunting knife she had borrowed from Soul. You'll send it? Okay. As if on cue, the two lunged towards the throng, their speed too quick for the magic users to react. Using his flux as a propeller, Soul kicked and slashed at them, throwing the row of magic users at the side. If it's only looking for it to be open, though, does that mean you'd have to even be streaming it? Or could someone just, like, have OBS open? Meanwhile, while Alto was squaring off with Piero, wholly relying on her reflexes to barely dodge his magic attacks. A monkey, this one. Why does everyone call me that? Piero clicked his tongue in annoyance, shooting out more attacks at her. A purple fireball curved at her blind spot and grazed her side. Ah! Ouch, it burns! Piero, stop this! Before Piero could launch more projectiles, Elise clutched his arm. Oh, you think it has to actually be streaming or recording, but you're not too sure. Okay. At least it's too dangerous here. You guards take the healer to a safe place. The guards did as they were told, dragging Elise away with them. Piero, wait! Don't hurt them! They're my friends! Question, at this time, do your children watch you or... No, our kids are in bed. Their bedtime's at like 8:30ish, and so they're usually in bed by the time I stream. But no, most of the time they're asleep. Every once in a blue moon, they've been. Oh, you sent the DM? I want to see. Curious now. Oh. Oh, I see. It's an actual video. I'll watch it in a little bit then. Yeah, typically if they're not already in bed by the time I start streaming, Cat will finish taking care of bedtime. Alto had retreated from the fight momentarily, clutching the side of her stomach in pain. Even though the searing pain made it hard to hear, one look at Elise's eyes, those cobalt blue eyes, that watered and looked torn in two. Alto instantly knew what was keeping her here. Piero. The words rolled off her mouth like a beast's growl. She stared at Piero, her eyes filled with an insatiable fury, an expression she never knew she could make. Piero! Alto lunged at him with as much speed as she could muster, the hunting knife clutched firmly in her right hand. Oh, he was coming to say hi to you next. Oh, I think Cat is still alive as well. Oh, started to talk after you went to the fish wizard. Oh. Oh, Cat. Oh, does that mean you actually ended your stream already, Cat? Oh, okay. You're the one responsible for taking Elise away, right? What have you done to her? She directed the knife towards his chest, yet the man himself did not move. In fact, not even his expression changed. He remained motionless and emotionless. The true definition of a soldier who had lost his heart in a battlefield. Speaking of, he's next to, the fish wizard. But when Alto was a foot away from the man, he flicked his wrist. I actually think I'll raid Autumn when I'm done. Alto. Oh. Strong arms enveloped Alto, protecting her from whatever impact that was meant for her. But before Alto could support her projector's body, the floor had caved in. Ah! They lost their footing, plummeted by gravity. I actually even have Autumn's open in the background, just lurking on his stream. Before they realized it, they crashed into the hard ground. The extra E's make it cooler. Ow. Soul, are you alright? Alto moved to Soul's side and realized that he was not alright. His bare back was full of blisters, and his fabric was now in tatters. Alto caught him as he struggled to stand up, but it was clear that the impact had taken a huge toll on him. Ugh. Soul, thanks for protecting me. That was nothing. You two, what are you doing here? Huh? It's Lithiel. Well, that was a short goodbye. Oh, who are these kids? What a sinister aura. Even if I'm not a magic user, I can feel this guy is dangerous. Could he be Lictus? The project leader Lithiel was talking about? Ooh, boss has his hello, very nice. Master, they are intruders trying to take the healer away. Now, we can't have that, can we? But the boy. Piero stared at Soul. He's a child of the Blood Moon. Lithiel pulled Soul behind him defensively. It's nice of you to bring me back a present, Lithiel, just when I thought all Blood Moon children had been eliminated. Piero, change of plans. Eliminate everyone except that child. Understood. Piero thrust his arms forward and created a dark vortex which propelled towards them at a mighty speed. Ha! Thank you for the hydrate flower. Alto tried to pull Soul out of the way, but he was heavy and they knew they could not dodge the attack in time. She heard Lithiel shouting their names from afar, but all she could hear were her thumping heartbeats and the fatal attack aimed at them. Is this it? Are we really gonna... Oh. Alto closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impact, but a few seconds passed and the attack never landed on either of them. Hey yo, the hot guy's back. I forgot his name, but he's hot still. A stranger with dark green hair. Wait, his hair's dark green? I thought it was black. Alto had never seen before, appeared in the middle of the disarray, seemingly responsible for stopping Pierre's attack. Who is that? Heh, you're back. It's about time. Ooh, how would Flower like to be introduced? That is what Cat is asking. You. Miss me, Piero? Curse you. Why did you come back? Piero launched another attack at the man, but the stranger had dodged, retaliating by sending one of his own attacks back at him. The two continued their battle with such terrifying speed that not even Alto could keep up. Something shone at Alto's left side, but before she could react, beams of black and purple were right before her eyes. Ouch. Uh-oh, Lithiel got hurt. Lithiel! Lithiel had his arms spread out, blocking the impact targeted at them. Is he insane? He's incapable of using magic. Lithiel, why did you... Get a hold of yourself. It would be all over if they got a hold of Soul's power. Not even I could stop him then. But you're... Lithiel's stomach had a gaping hole caused by Lictus's earlier attack. I'm all right. This body is immortal. As long as my soul is intact, I'll recover soon.
Well, well, well. To sacrifice your body to protect a bunch of mere mortals. You sure have gotten soft, Lithiel.
Lictus was approaching them from the other end of the laboratory, slowly but surely. In the meantime, he was readying for another attack. You two, I need your help. Before either of them could reply, Lithiel placed a key in Alto's palm. I'll distract Lictus as much as I can, but I need you to use this key to shut down the Chrysmalia power plant once and for all. This key? I've seen Lithiel tinkering with the back of the underground library. It must be the fuse he talked about. That's the device that will overload the generator. Please. Looking at the pleading look in Lithiel's eyes and the injury he sustained from protecting them, there was no way she could refuse his request. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll destroy this thing for you. Let's go, Soul.
Hi, Pat. Hi.
Despite his injury, Soul was still able to run with Alto to the back of the laboratory where an imposing generator stood, surrounded by other magic users. Oh, yes, we do indeed have the Discord. Get out of our way! Alto breezed past the throng of magic users, slashing at them before they had a chance to cast a spell. Ha! Soul activated his flux and summoned scarlet strands which swung against the guards, sweeping them across the floor. Leave them to me! Focus on the generator! Okay! We're not letting you go anywhere near the kernel of our research. How come? Why are you even a part of this research? Don't you know that you're destroying the balance in Gaia itself? Don't speak as if you know what the project is all about. Yeah, the Chrysmalia is not destroying Gaia, we're reforming it. The other members let out simultaneous shouts of approval. Oh, you didn't expect it to close stream to open the Discord link? Oops. Imagine a world where there are no kingdoms, no fights, no bloodshed. A world where death does not exist. That is the true purpose of the Chrysmalia project, to reform Gaia and alter the laws set by nature. You guys are more deranged than I thought. Alter the laws set by nature? Are you trying to play God? Go play house somewhere else, all you Chrysmalia bastards! It was hard to think that just a few days ago, Alto was an avid supporter of the Chrysmalia project. But now, after hearing Lithiel's story, their treatment towards Elise, and the searing pain Soul had sustained because of them, there was no doubt in her mind anymore. She knew what she had to do. I won't forgive you! Trusting Soul to take care of the furious Chrysmalia members, Alto leapt up high, dodging the aerial attacks aimed at her, and landed in front of the generator. Quick, there must be a keyhole somewhere here, perhaps one used for an emergency stop or for activation? As she frantically felt about the machine, her hand stumbled on an indentation. That's it, a keyhole. She immediately fumbled for the key. Let's hope it works. But just as she was about to insert it, a beam of flux accurately shot through the key. No way! The key was now gone, shattered into a million pieces. Alto felt her heart sink. The only hope we have to stop the Christmalia project is now. Do you think I'll let you destroy the fruits of our research that easily? Your opponent is me. Alto stared wide-eyed at the fine particles on her palm that were once their trump card. No, this can't be happening. Why? Alto, behind you. Sol blocked the attack aimed at Alto in the nick of time. Damn it. Alto, get yourself together. But Sol, the key is... Sol stared at the key as a similar expression of hopelessness flashed on his face. It's all over. It's all over now. The device gone, we'll have no chance of bringing down the project. And we've failed to rescue Elise, too. Alto dropped to her knees, curling her fists in regret. She glanced back at Lithiel, who was too preoccupied in using the last of his remaining strength to barely dodge Lictus's destructive spells. I'm sorry, Lithiel. A hand gripped her shoulder. No, it's not over yet. Sol? Sol released his grip and headed to the generator, inspecting it closely. Lithiel said the key traps the flux flowing inside of it basically overloads the entire system, right? Yeah, if I recall correctly, he once said. All you need to do now is that essentially the traps the flux flowing in the generator for a period of time, causing it to overload, and kaboom. Explosion. But why are you asking? Do you have another plan in mind? If overloading the generator with flux is essentially the key's function, then if I channel all my flux into this generator, it will produce the same results. But that's crazy! How much flux do you think you'll need to overload such a complex machine? There's a reason why Lithiel created the fuse, you know. And I think there's a reason why I'm born on the night of the blood moon. Maybe I was born for this day. To destroy the Christmalia project. And to protect you. Sol. You and your dramatic words. Sol stepped in front of the generator and thrust his hands out. Alto, cover me. Okay. Thank you for the butterfly wings. Wed orbs started to flock around, casting the entire laboratory into scarlet glow. What is that boy doing?
This power. I must have it.
I am Butterfly Cat now, yes. Gemstone Butterfly Cat Girl. Teehee. Or I could be a gemstone fairy. Maybe I just have butterfly wings as a fairy. Irk. Feather boy. Wait, don't tell me he's trying to. Stop him! He's trying to overload the generator! Piero charged towards Sol, but the green-haired sorcerer blocked him. I guess it's like slightly green. It's really dark, though. As I said before, your opponent is me. Curse you. We must protect the Christmalia. We can't let our research go in vain. Some project members who have partially recovered back to their feet, readying spells once as they realized that Sol was trying to achieve. Oh no, you don't! Her warrior instincts kicked in. She stopped all of them before they had a chance to attack Sol. Ah! She's fast! The light emanating from Sol grew in intensity now, so much that the room looked as if it was covered in blood. Sol, are you all right? Aye. Sol, stop! You're not ready to control that amount of flux yet. Cast any more and your body won't be able to handle it. Ah, but I can't possibly stop now. Not with all your pinning your hopes on me. Besides, if I don't destroy the Christmalia project now, Elise will continue to be trapped here. I know you wouldn't want that, right, Alto? Also, just so you guys know, so the person that made the game made their CGs, but then the the sprites are actually made by a different artist. They actually commissioned an artist to make their sprites, which is why there's a difference in how the arts look. Soul. Urk. Get away from here, everyone! This building is going to collapse! True to his words, the floor started shaking and the ceiling crumbled, raining down rubble. It's over now, Piero. Your flux is exhausted. You'll risk your life if you continue any further. So after all this time, I still couldn't beat you. I suppose you are Master's favorite disciple for a reason. Disciple? You've got to be joking. Sorcerer cast a binding spell, constricting Piero's movements. Ugh. Come back here. When will you ever learn? Come on, Lithiel. Let's get out of here before we get caught up in the explosion. Wait. They stared at Lictus, who was on his knees, staring at Soul's magic with wide, excited eyes, almost like an apostle witnessing a god's power.
Yes, the power of the blood moon.
More!
I must obtain that power!
The sorcerer shook his head, lugging Lithiel out of the laboratory. Leave. He's gone. He's used up all his flux from the experiment earlier. One knock should be able to end him. However, he soon realized that Lithiel was not, in fact, concerned about Lictus, but the two newcomers who were standing behind Prismalia Project's very source of power. The invention that was initially created to bring smiles, yet now deemed as Gaia's most dangerous weapon. Boy, you kids, don't you dare die on me now! You better make it out alive, do you hear me? The sorcerer could not help but smile a little. They'll be fine. They better be. Who would have guessed that the esteemed god of knowledge would be worried over a bunch of children? Shut up, you. That's the first time you hear in this route that guy's the god of knowledge. I can't hold on. Perhaps Lithiel was right. This is too much for me to handle. Oh, thank you, Shuya, for lurking. But I can't give up now. Soul's feet slipped from the sheer impact of his flux accumulating in his palms, but someone had caught him before he fell. Gotcha! Alto was behind him, planting her feet firmly on the ground while supporting his body. What are you doing here, dummy? Didn't I tell you to get out of here? This building's gonna collapse regardless of whether I succeed or not. Heck, I don't even know if I can do this. We'll get through this together. Whether you fail or succeed, it doesn't matter. Alto, you're being stupid. Just run before my magic harms you again. Soul pushed Alto's arm away, but she only held him tighter. Alto, I'm being serious. Get away from me. No! I'm not risking your life again. And I'm not risking losing another friend. What? I just want to be with you. Is that too much to ask for? Look at you. Who's the dramatic one now? Soul had begun transferring his surge of flux into the generator, which slowly cracked at its edges. The light emanating from it now getting more intense, and Alto had no choice but to shut her eyes. Alto could feel Soul's arrhythmic heartbeats pulsing through his back, his every ragged breath that he heaved, and his trembling arms that screamed for relief. She took a deep breath and supported Soul's arm, lifting it up. You're not alone, Soul. I'll stay here with you, and I'm not going anywhere. Alto. Say once this is all over, how about you quit your bounty hunting job and travel the world with me? I'll be wandering warrior. You can be a traveling bard. What possessed you to think of that? Well, you'll be able to show off your poetic skills that way. Plus, I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun. Yeah, that does sound like fun. So what do you say, partner? You and your absurd ideas, really. But I don't see why not. Great, it's a promise then. Well, hopefully they got out of there alive. I guess we'll find out. I mean, this should be the good end. In theory. The Chrismalia Project headquarters has fallen. The entire building was now reduced to rubble, buried under a mountain of snow. Everything that was inside the headquarters had turned into cinders, and now plumes of black smoke produced from the aftermath escaped to Chalia's ever-gray sky. It's great we managed to escape in the nick of time. But I wonder what happened to those kids. Did they survive? I can't tell if the generator was destroyed, but one thing's for sure. They couldn't have escaped an explosion with this magnitude unscathed. I'll go look for them. The man moved to search for them, but Lithiel stopped him. There's no need. I have a feeling that they will be fine. If you say so. Lithiel dropped to the snow, gazing at the destroyed headquarters from a distance. Finally, I've ended what I've started. Alto and Sol sitting in a tree, Kissing. We'll find out if they're alive enough to be kissing in a tree.
What is this warmth?
It feels familiar. Alto's eyes fluttered open as she felt a warm touch on her forehead, followed by an all too familiar voice.
Alto. Elise? Morning. Had a nice sleep.
Alto immediately leapt to her feet and hugged Elise with her might, crushing her with all the strength and love she could muster. You're safe and alive. I'm ever so glad.
Of course. What do you think I am? Did you forget that I'm stronger than the two of you combined?
Realizing that her feet were now planted on a pile of melting snow instead of tiles, she looked around only to see that the project's headquarters had been reduced to rubble and ashes. Besides her was Sol, still unconscious, his body propped up on a stump of broken pillars.
Sol.
Alto quickly checked on Sol, worried for the worst, but relief flooded through her once she realized that he was still breathing.
His wounds are healed? Oh, mine too.
She turned to Elise, who stood there with an all-knowing smile on her face. First comes love. Elise, you protected and healed us, didn't you? Thank you.
Anything for my two dearest friends.
Yet she said this, there was a tinge of sadness in her eyes. Alto drew closer to Elise, holding her hand. Elise, can you tell me now why did you choose to work with the Chrismalia Project? Then comes marriage. Uh-oh. Sol and I were really worried about you. We spent the last 3 years desperately looking for you. After there's a baby in a baby carriage. Oh. Elise sighed, clasping Alto's hands in hers like she was warm. It's true I was adopted by the Chrismalia Project and forced to work for them. But as time passed, I realized the members are simply misguided. They're humans just like us, Alto, people who believed in the project's vision and who are passionate with their research. Of course, after time, I uncovered the dark secrets behind the project. I've been secretly working with others to stage a revolution within. That was, of course, before you and Sol charged in and destroyed the project for us.
Oops. You always knew, Alto, that I've longed to live a fulfilling life. A life driven by meaning. A life of adventure. Staying in the village, being the perfect woman everyone wants me to be. That life just isn't for me, you know?
I know.
I found the true meaning of my existence here, and I found someone special I wish to be with for the rest of my life.
You mean Piero?
I don't approve of him one bit. Nuh-uh. He's not as much a villain as you make him out to be, Alto.
Really?
And I'm sure you've found someone special too, right?
What?
There's no need to be shy. I knew that the two of you would end up together ever since we were kids. Whether it's now or in the past or even the future, Sol was and will always be looking after you. I didn't give you those matching chicken feathers for nothing after all.
So they were chicken feathers? Yes! The two of you are so gullible. I couldn't resist. Elise! Well, sorry to cut our reunion short, Alto, but I should be going. I'll be taking Piero with me, and we'll be taking refuge in Leicester for now. Once everything is settled down, I'll return home, I promise. I'll hold you on to that promise then. Until then, stay safe, Elise. You too, Alto. I'm sorry you're bored of all the games, Avery. Thank you for the hydrate. The two exchanged another hug, and Alto watched from afar as Elise helped the injured Piero up. They walked through the snow hand in hand until their figures disappeared within the fallen frost. Alto sighed, flopping into the snow in exhaustion. She's gone. Huh. To think that it was her choice after all. Alto watched the snowflakes flutter down. I mean, it didn't start as her choice. And you don't feel like playing ZZZ because you're 50-50. Oh, burnout really be that way sometimes. Yeah. Every, you could try something new. You could try the horse game everyone's been talking about, maybe. I don't know. She let one fall on her palm, but it melted as soon as it touched. Despite the frost, she still felt the warmth from Elise's magic that enveloped them in like a blanket. Oh, did you get there's a ton of jades, not jades, polychromes you could still get. Did you do the summer event? I think that has a lot in it still. Plus, you get Belle's outfit if you finish the story. You only get it if you finish, I think, right now, though. Alto turned to her left, where Sleeping Soul lay, and silently caressed his raven hair. Soul, you're awake? Are you hurt anywhere? 5 more minutes. His body fell to the side, resting on Alto's shoulder, and he started snoring. For him, he must be tired. Guess I'll make an exception this time and let him borrow my shoulder. But next time, you gotta let me borrow yours, okay? Rest well, Soul. This is my third loss in ZZZ. The other 2 were for Ellen. Oh. Come on, hurry up. You dally any longer, I might leave you. Geez, can't you see I'm still in the middle of packing up? Would it hurt for you to be a little more patient? Sometimes I wonder how you're able to survive working with the knights with your habit of being unpunctual. Yeah, Yuzu has the red-haired one. Correction, how were they able to survive working with you? Hey, mocking me again, aren't you? Why don't you help me instead of just standing there? Soul sighed in resignation and made his way to help Alto take down her tent. Why are you laughing? This feels very nostalgic. And we're just a few miles away from home. It feels so strange coming back after all that happened. We did kind of destroy the Chrismalia project. As of now, not many people know about the Chrismalia's project's destruction, probably because hardly anyone visits the Kalia region. But there were some rumors floating here and there, ghosts of whispers in the wind. Once the truth of the project's destruction is confirmed, it will definitely cause an uproar. Lithiel and the other magic users said they'll take care of it, though, so we shouldn't worry too much. There, all packed. Favorite genre? You want to watch anime? You could watch Komi Can't Communicate. I haven't finished that one, but it's really cute from what I saw. Shall we get going? Thank you, Soul. What a gentleman. We should reach home in a few hours. Are you excited? Heck yeah. It's been years since I've seen my parents. But I thought you were on bad terms with them. They were really against you being a knight. Isn't that right, Altia? Don't call me by that name. I know. It's a beautiful name, though. Perfect for a girly girl like you. Say one more and I'll strike you down. Anyway, I still can't believe your parents actually let you leave. Yeah, but not without hearing their scoldings for the umpteenth time. I thought my parents were too strict. But your parents are something else. They were really against my decision and even told me to get married instead. Sol nearly dropped the bag he was carrying. Married? Yeah, they also set me up with these marriage candidates they'd found. What? So are you actually married? Alto bonked Sol's head. Stupid Sol. Of course not. Did you really think I'd agree to it? Sorry, I panicked. So what happened? All of them ran away. I didn't even need to try. Oh, thank goodness. What do you mean, thank goodness? If any of them ended up with you, they'd have to be ready to spend the rest of their lives with a gorilla. And that'd be a tragic outcome indeed. Not tragic for you, but for the poor guy who has to bear with you in your intricacies. Hey. The two continued bickering as they walked on the familiar road back home. Every step they took brought them closer to their childhood home, and they could recall and laugh at all the incidents that happened in the past. In a way, it seems like nothing has changed. Even though everything changed, nothing changed, I guess. Okay. Oh, ayo, we're actually in their home. That was nerve-wracking. Your parents are as strict as ever. Thankfully, the news that I became a wanted woman hadn't reached their ears yet, if they knew about it. Alto shuddered at the thought. They'd murder you for sure. They definitely would. Fortunately, none of my family are home. My distant cousins are present, but they couldn't care less about me. Well, if your parents are home, we'd probably get another scolding of a lifetime. Yeah, you can say that again. If your parents are home... Wait, what? Oh, we did say it again. I didn't mean it literally, blockhead. The two sighed again in unison. We truly are blessed with such an uptight family. But it does mean that they care for us a bit too much. Yeah. Sol gazed at the evening sky with furrowed brows. Are you thinking about what Lithiel said to you about your family's reason to keep your birthday away from you? How did you know? Now that I think of it, your meticulous parents would never have forgotten their only child's birthday. I also thought it was weird why they never celebrated my birthday and why they kept such a tight leash around me. Now I know why. Sol curled his hand into a fist. My powers are dangerous. And as Lithiel said, if anyone knew I was a child born on the night of the blood moon, they would exploit me to no end. My parents were just protecting me. You know what you want, but you don't know what you want, but you're confused about what you want. That sounds confusing. Well, but now I don't know if these powers will return. After that incident in the project's headquarters, Sol was unable to use magic. Lithiel said that Sol had used so much flux that it might take some time to replenish. It might be days, months, or even years. We'll never know. I mean, you'll know if it comes back. But Sol doesn't seem bothered by it. He even said he didn't need that power anyway. Oh, right. Now that we're already here, hey, let's go to our usual spot before the sun goes down. Oh, right, our hideout. Wonder if it's still intact. I wouldn't be surprised if it was wrecked, though. It's been 3 years after all. And ever since Elise went missing, we hardly stopped by to check up on it. Let's go anyway. It's exploration time! What was that sound? What was that sound? What did I hear? I heard something random. I don't know what. Alto grabbed Soul's hand, leading him to the secret place that only the two of them knew about. Even Elise didn't know about it? Well, dang, I guess they were fated to be together. Oh. You guys throwing things, is that what I heard before? Hi, Sage. Welcome in. Soul hesitated for a moment, but he soon allowed the familiarity and comfort of Alto's hand, that hand which had held so many times, lead the way back to the precious childhood. See, they did like holding hands. Hi, Sage. Oh. The two spent some time searching for their secret hideout, namely a small hut made of sticks and vines along the riverbed. However, they did not find any traces of that shelter they made for themselves. Oh, it's gone. Well, that's to be expected. I've heard the flash floods occurred frequently here. The river must have overflowed and washed away our hideout. Oh. When Alto wasn't looking, Soul took the chance to jump into the river and splash some water on her. Hey! Now come on, don't look so sad. Your face will look like stale bread if you scrunch it up like that. Whoa! Soul managed to dodge Alto's splash attack just in time. Heh, missed me. Don't get too cocky! Hey! Bending down and swinging her leg, Alto had successfully swept Soul from his feet. Why, that's unfair. You asked for it. Soul rose from the waters, his amber eyes gleaming in childlike mischievousness. That's it? Is that what you wanted to watch? Oh, that's how you want to play it, huh? Don't go crying to your mom when I beat your little ass like old times. Excuse me? Isn't that my line? And if I recall, weren't you the one who went back crying to your mom? Nonsense. That never happened. It did. Your memories must be jumbled from all the explosions your poor brain's gone through. So allow me to jog your memories once more. Ha, bring it on! An intense water fight soon broke out, and the two were instantly drenched from head to toe. Just like a flood. Not what you expected? Oh, you weren't expecting me to be a slime? Oh? What, you weren't expecting a slime? I turned into a slime, a gemstone slime. Although... Hmm. Oh, a slime girl. No. I turned the gemstones off the other day, and now I don't remember what I used to turn the gemstones on. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Henry. Just like a flood, the memories returned all at once. The two children fighting over their hideout, Soul's victory over Alto catching Soul off guard and tackling him. But most of their banter ended with Elise completely defeating both of them through clever tactics. Or more often than not, through food bribery. The golden setting sun continued to shine on the two, coloring their skins with a warm glow of orange. So there they were, just the two young adults engaged in childish water fight, their laughter and squeals giving life to the place they once cherished. Take that!
Whoa!
After hiding behind a facade of waves, Soul managed to tackle the startled Alto, but he did not expect himself to lose balance as he brought Alto along with him. Oh. Soul's clumsiness brought the two into an awkward position, and for a moment, all the roughhousing and rivalry were brought to a standstill. Alto's heart beat fast as the sudden proximity, and warmth rose to her cheeks as she realized how close they were. She could feel warm breath on her face, every contour of his muscles, and all the heat emanating from his body. Blushing, she looked away. It's getting late. Maybe we should call it a day. Alto made a move to stand up, but Soul did not budge. Are Are you going to move or what? Soul? I'll move once you answer a question. A question? I have you pinned down, so it's my win. And as all games go, the loser has to do with the winner a favor. Geez, all right, ask away. Soul looked away, now seemingly having second thoughts. Seeing his red ears and flushed cheeks made Alto giggle, and she wondered what question he could have in mind. How adorable. Soul, did you know that I've always... Alto. When your parents set you up with those bachelors, did any of them catch your eye? Alto stared at him with wide eyes, utterly dumbfounded. Soul, that is such a weird question to ask. Just answer it. Besides, didn't I tell you that I chased them all away? I'm sure no one was actually serious in courting me. That wasn't my question. Just asking if there's anyone who caught your eye from that list of bachelors. Let me think about it. To be honest, that was years ago, so I don't remember them all that well. But there was a rich guy who... Soul's bloodlust spiked so suddenly that Alto had to gulp down whatever she was about to say. Who I definitely was not interested in. A rich guy? What's his name? What does he work as? Why were you interested in him? Anime watch party? I know, we haven't watched anime in a long time, actually. What's this? Don't tell me Soul's jealous. I don't know. I could try and bring Anime Mondays back maybe for a few weeks. It would be nice to at least finish the one we had been watching. Alto poked Soul's flushed cheeks, looking forward to teasing him more. I don't even remember. Do you remember what episode we were on of the anime we watched? It was what? Alya sometimes hides her feelings in Russian. Do you want to watch anime tomorrow night? Once my kids go to bed, I probably could. Nope, not tomorrow night. Yes, you do. But yeah, I remember we were watching Alya sometimes hides her feelings in Russian, and I want to say we were on episode 8 or 9. I'll have to look on Crunchyroll. Yeah, I'm jealous. So what? Oh. Whoa, for real? Nope to remembering. Okay. I've known you for years, longer than anyone else. I know what makes you cry and what makes you smile. I know all your preferences and dislikes, and I know all your weaknesses and how to deal with that recklessness of yours. Hey! So yeah, I don't know why, but it's just... So Soul finally released his hold on Alto and rolled to the side, letting the shallow water submerge his body. The thought of you being tamed by someone else just makes me worried and uneasy. That's a weird freaking way to say it, sir. Tamed by someone else? Is he a yandere suddenly? You like the blob mode? It's a slime and it's actually a free to use model. This is a completely free model. And it's very cute. It's customizable color wise. It's like this is the color it comes as. And then I had colored it. Oop. The ears are also just an item. But yeah, I can be yellow or purple. I was joking that I was like an electro slime from Genshin, and so that's why I was yellow. I could be yellow too. They didn't kiss. I don't know. Maybe they will kiss. We'll find out, Shuya. I know you are so waiting to see them kiss. Thought of you being tamed by someone else just makes me worried and uneasy. I don't want to see that. I can't foresee a future where we won't be able to do silly things again. And certainly don't want to see you doing these things with someone else. Soul. And now I finally know why I've been so conflicted spending so much time with you. Alto, I love you. What? I always have in the past, the present, and in the future. Under normal circumstances, she would have found a surefire retort to counter him, but for once, that part of her brain malfunctioned, and she was unable to find the right comeback.
I am an amethyst slime. Yeah.
Soul, a gemstone slime cat. Soul brushed the stray hair from Alto's forehead, and she shivered at his touch. I've been waiting for the right time to say it, and you don't have to reply right now, so... Me too! Hmm? Shoot, my throat cracked and I just croaked that out without thinking. Do you really mean that? I don't know when it started or when I stopped thinking of you as a mere childhood friend and rival. But every moment with you really makes me happy. So yes, I love you, Soul, and I always will continue to love you. You've done it now. Soul gently lifted Alto's chin, adjusting it in such that her beautiful teal eyes were in line with his. Don't blame me for what I'm going to do. Uh-oh. And if you ever want to take back those words, just push me away with that superhuman gorilla strength of yours, okay? Silly Soul, you don't know how much I've waited for this moment. Soul drew closer and Alto welcomed his warmth and enveloped her, but then he hesitated, fearing the worst before the point of no return. And so Alto tugged his scarf towards her, leading his lips to where they were supposed to be. Oh. On hers. And she thought from now on those lips will only be the ones for her. So warm. They shared breaths and felt each other's pump of blood under their skin, all their thoughts hushed. You can't watch it? Alto took in the sight of the young man bathed in the sun's scarlet glow, tracing his features, wondering how lucky she was to have met him. Though he can be a jerk sometimes, he's still the Soul I know, the Soul I have always loved. The boy who grew up as my rival and partner in crime, who secretly writes the cheesiest poems, and who never fails to engage me in a banter. Yep, this is the Soul I know and love. Alto. Soul drew even closer this time, surprising Alto. His hand circled to back of Alto's head and... Ah! Shoo! Alto's nose abruptly thought it was the perfect time to sneeze. Right into Soul's face. Oh, gross! Soul pulled away, washing his face with the river water. I'm so sorry, Soul. Jeez, talk about embarrassing. I guess that's a call for us to leave. It's getting dark anyway. You don't know what to watch now. Kiss ruined. I mean, they technically had already stopped kissing. Come on, let's get going before we really catch a cold. Alto took Soul's hand, letting him lift her up effortlessly, and the two of them waded out of the water. You know what this reminds me of? That time we pulled a prank on the city kid who visited the village. Yeah. The kid thought the seaweed entangled on his leg was a snake, and we ran off and left him. Poor kid, that was your idea. Hey, you were in on it too. Don't go acting all innocent. I don't want to relive what happened afterwards, though. Oh yeah, that. The mayor personally gave us a 2-hour lecture, and we were forced to apologize to the kid and his parents. Plus, both your parents and mine gave us another round of scolding. Yeah, well, that part wasn't exactly memorable. Oh, and remember that time when the two walked back to the village hand in hand, just like the good old times, recollecting their memories, bitter and sweet, and recounting all the precious times they had. Say, Soul. Don't forget about the promise we made, okay? Promise? What promise? I don't remember. What? You meanie. What happened to us traveling around Gaia together? You promised. I was joking. Of course I remember. Soul placed his hand on Alto's head. When do you want to start the Wanderer's life? Right now. Right now? Are you serious? I don't know. I just... So excited. We're going to go on an adventure together. It's going to be different from when I traveled to Zathania to be a knight. Huh? How so? Because this time I'm going to be with you, silly. I can't wait to explore the lush green of Grindal Woods, or the snowy Leicester's glacial mountains, or have a vacation in the infamous Palmery Beach. Or hey, have you heard of the mage city of Waycott? I heard it's super cold there, but I'd love to visit there one day. I heard their military consists of all magic users. Isn't that amazing? Waycott, huh? Since it's detached from the mainland, we need to board a ship to get there. Or you go link hunting. Do you have Crunchyroll? Crunchyroll. I think we can set sail from Al Sharan, and yes, I must say I've always wanted to visit it. There's so much to do and so much to explore. I don't know where to start. The world is a big place. I'm sure we won't get bored of exploring. Alto suddenly stopped and turned to Sol, taking his hand in hers, excitement gleaming on her turquoise eyes. Sol, promise you'll stick with me through it all. Even though we might have fights and all, promise me you'll always come back to me. Sol gripped back Alto's hand with the same amount of strength. Of course, Alto, I promise. In the past, the present, and future, I'll always be looking for you and only you. Sol. After all, we can't let a gorilla run loose without any supervision, right? Hey! Just when I thought you were being sweet. Okay, I think it's over. In theory. Oh, it says the childhood friend trope finally wins. That was funny. Can we skip the credits? Skip the credits. Oh, wait. Oh, Lithiel's mini route is now available to play. Oh, so you actually get a real route with Lithiel? His route piggybacks Keisha's and can be accessed by choosing Keisha's initial route, then choosing a certain different option. Have fun. So yes, this is Keisha. And that was the route we got, and then it's his route. So this guy actually got a real route is what they're saying, and that'll have to be another time. I'll have to figure out what's the correct option for that, though, when I do play. Alrighty, guys. Wow, that took a lot longer than I thought it would. But we did it! We finished that route. Now, let's go set up to raid Autumn. Let's set up to raid Autumn, guys. Let's see. Donde. There it is. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And then I'll have to probably raid and run because I'll need to get rest. Or maybe I'll be able to hang out for a few minutes. I don't know yet. Thank you for the hydrate, Every. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight and for going through this adventure with me. I will hopefully have a schedule published by the end of the day tomorrow.